bad time for my light to fall down. Hello, everyone. Welcome, as always, to our perfectly on time stream.
The most on time.
The most on time. Welcome to Lycan and Moss, everyone.
Good morning.
Name for this late one. We just moved. Yay, we did it. And
Yay.
was in boxes, so we had to play the Where's Waldo of all of our streaming equipment. Yeah, we're here and we're excited. And as always, we're gonna start by rolling initiative.
Yep. I actually kind of remembered this time that we were going to do this, so I have my dice ready.
I, once again, did not. This is setting a great precedent for today, you guys.
Oh no.
A one.
A one?
A one.
A one.
Good. 14?
Oh, okay. I go first. Hello.
Nice.
Hello, everyone. I am Ruby Griffiths. All my socials are Ruby Griffiths or Ruby Griffiths 8 on TikTok and Instagram, and that's it. TikTok and Instagram, really. You can find me there doing my fun cosplay and my vintage stuff. I will be playing the part of Lavender Nittingham today, a roguish raccoon who definitely is not traumatized at all. Don't go back and look at Lavender's backstory episode. No. We don't need to see that. No trauma. None.
No
trauma. We're fine here. We're fine.
Howdy.
Here.
I am Scree the Rat on TikTok and Twitch, and sometimes I post things. I'll be playing a rat named Scree, the little paladin of the group who's gonna be a hero and is now very chronically sleepy.
Oh god, that's right.
Oh god,
True to life.
Not enough coffee in the world for this rat.
Absolutely not.
Oh,
I forgot about that.
it's excellent. It's fine. We just didn't get two of our party members 2 curses. It's fine. Each.
We had a party last
It'll
session.
blow out.
It's fine. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
And then KJ,
That's
you're
you.
after me,
I
right?
rolled
It's
a
me.
1.
Yeah, okay, so just double checking. Maybe it was a 1 that was raised up to a 6. I don't know. So
No.
hi, my name is Elle. I am Life in Motion or L in Motion everywhere on all the channels that I am on. It's really just TikTok, but I'm bad at it right now. Anyways, I play Kurt Mustel. He is our barbarian rock star wannabe. So I'm here just to have fun with my friends and maybe possibly beat someone up. It's a good time.
I don't think it's a maybe. I think that just happens.
Honestly, yeah.
Anyway,
Kurt finds his own fun.
hello everyone. I'm KJ. You can find me on most socials at kj.cosplay. My Twitch is kj_cosplay because they wouldn't let me put a dot in there. I am mostly active on TikTok. I'm trying to be more active on my Instagram, and I'm failing miserably.
Okay,
And I recently got stable internet, so I will be streaming on my Twitch a little more often. If you guys have suggestions or recommendations of things you want to see me do, let me know.
oh yeah,
that'd
and
be
let's
great.
all just give KJ some love for like their fantastic costuming right now. They look fantastic.
So good.
Faster more. I got a new wig for him, and I did some styling. This will not be the final version of this wig. It's just where it's sitting currently. But he is our favorite ferret bard monk. I forgot to put the bard in this, but that's fine. Little circus folk.
How will they know he's a bard? Unless
Let me fix it real fast. I'm
You
sorry,
never know.
everyone. That's
You
on
never know
me.
who's a bard.
versus the rest of his personality, how will they know?
There we go. Fixed. Problem
Never.
solved. The rest of him is whole.
There it is. All right.
And hello, everyone. I am Sir Zatara. You can find me at Sir Zatara on all the things. TikTok, Instagram. That's really all I got currently.
Are you noticing
I
a
am-
trend?
The humble game master and traumatizer of the group.
Yay.
And I really don't try to. You just make it too easy.
We do. We really do.
Well, Duke and Lav make it too easy. I'm still trying to figure out current scree, so.
I really did. I gave you an opportunity on a silver platter is what I did.
I feel
I
like you
mean,
actually
Elle
keep
did just
sending
send me-
dishes out. Is what it is. It's like, oh, here's this next flavor of trauma. This is our most newest in fashion flavor of trauma.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Just always pay attention to the title of the episode. It's fine.
Yeah, I was looking at
which
the title
is-
like,
Interesting. I wonder what maybe we're gonna do this episode. Interesting.
You guys can do
Well, I
it.
remember where we
You guys
ended.
guide the journey. You
I'm-
guide the journey. I mean,
Beehive and kick
just send me a beautiful lore packet that is gorgeously organized, and I'm very excited to delve into.
Oh, that one.
So-
No. I want to make sure you could read my insanity. So, anyways.
read my insanity.
Yeah,
That's so
fine.
real.
I may be starting to stream on Twitch soon. That depends on when I get my computer and set up. So
Cool.
when that happens, it'll be on Zatara's Tavern because that's the Twitch channel I've had since I was like 16.
We love it.
We love
We're
it.
looking out for all the
So
streams.
I'll update you all on that later. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's good to be back. We haven't really been gone, but it's good to be back.
It's
And we
good
got
to
some
be-
announcements. So I'm going to hand it over
Announcement.
to our lovely Elle.
It's me. Hi, I'm the announcement person. So, obviously, all of us have our own channels. So, like, go follow us on all of those if you like any of D&D or TTRPG, cosplay, LARP shenanigans. And then we have some ideas in the works for some more community events. So those are still forthcoming. Thank you all for being so patient for that. And then one announcement on the books is that all of us are, we realized recently, going to be at FanX in September. So FanX is going to be the 26th through the 28th. We're not sure what day we're all going to be. Hopefully all of
Critter
our
Crew.
like our critter crew in
Critter Crew.
person, but we're really excited to just
Salt Lake
we're doing
City FanX, we should
Salt Lake City
specify, because
FanX.
there's
Is there
FanXs
another FanX?
everywhere.
Oh, is it
There's
really? Okay.
FanXs across the country.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
only Salt Lake City's matters because that's the only one I
Yeah, only
I've
Salt
ever
Lake
been
City's
to.
matter.
So no, that I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. Invite me places. Anyways, so Salt Lake City FanX at the end of September, we're all going to be there. So if you guys are going to be there, like follow us on Insta. 'Cause that's probably gonna be the best way we can pay attention to try and meet up with other people and friends. But we'd love to see you all
And
there.
Aside from
Oh,
just
not
being
FedEx. We're not all going to
Not
jump into a
FedEx.
FedEx truck.
not FedEx. However, aside from all of us being at FanX, the Sunday following FanX weekend is a streaming day. So that may not be the first time you'll see all of us in the same room playing D&D together.
Oh my god.
May or may not.
We'll be able to
Emphasis
May or may not. We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
Very large asterisks.
Asterisk being how to film and how exhausted are we going to be after FanX weekend. So
Yeah.
that
We'll
is
see what
ongoing update. We'll see what happens. We're
Yeah.
going to do our very best because that would be.
There will
really
be a
fun to do.
FanX Critter Crew Day too, so you can meet all of the characters.
Honestly, filming in person, like streaming wise, won't be a problem because I already have a plan for that. It's mainly the audio that we'd have to worry about. The cameras I've got worked out, but it's the audio.
I might have a fix for that. We'll see. Well, so that is going to be over a month
Anyway.
from now. That's a month
we
from
don't
now.
we don't need to figure that out right now.
We don't gotta. Please. I only have so much brain, and I want to play D&D. So
Valid.
but yeah, and then one final like and little ongoing announcement shout out. Two of our players here are like actually somewhat professional people. We have
Yeah.
Ruby Rolls Resin who makes dice, so follow them on all their things if you want some cool dice. They
Ko-fis.
have a Ko-fi
Ko-fis.
specifically. Go to that.
Which
And
has
then
an
also-
Like in the Moss set on it, by the way.
Speaking of like an Amaset, these two beautiful humans came and saw my show and gave me dice. So I have
Nice.
Briar's dice
Briar's dice.
set,
Right, that's right.
and I got a chunk because they love me apparently.
Mhm.
It's all so shiny and so sparkly. Anyways, yeah. So that's Ruby Rolls Resin and
Friends or
Kofi.
something. It's
And then we have Scree the Rat, who's also got Kofi and also has a
Yeah.
I
YouTube
don't sell
channel.
anything though.
Has a
You're
YouTube and a
selling
Twitch.
but laughs and joys and love
Talent and
and
entertainment.
playing games with friends.
and playing games with
Mhm.
friends, which we need more of in this world. So follow them on all the things they actually like do work that is really cool. So that's
Their
final
streams are
announcement on
my
this side.
cozy streams, so don't even worry about it.
D&D time, let's go. Woo!
D&D time, let's go. We did it.
And here, go.
Such a good intro.
So, fasting day is in full swing as our party finds what the city brings. Games and prizes, fortunes are told, and some members gain a curse's hold. The city gathers at Royalty Peak, where dastardly schemes start their reach. So, last time on Of Brass and Briar, our crew made it to the city of promise known as Umloa, a independent city-state separate from all the major powers of the continent of Teleday that has solidified itself as a city of invention, a city of promise, and the main hub of where all things Blesk, this magical energy source of the world of Teleday, resides. Our crew managed to, just so happenstancely, enter into the city on Fasting Day, a day celebrating the union of the two lords of the city and just celebrating their relationship and the two of them together founding the entire city of Umloa. As the poem said, games were played, prizes were won, some fortunes were told, and some trades were made, some feats for curses, which hopefully you guys pick those feats. So you don't just have curses. And it all coalesced at the very tip top of this mountain city at a area known as the Crown, where the royalty of the city resides. Gathering there to see the grand entrance and the main address from the two lords Umberfell, the entire city, or at least everyone who could fit into this top peak, gathered. And emerging with their grand entrance from hot air balloon with backlit by fireworks into the main thoroughfare of Royalty Peak, Lord Tegan Umberfell emerged with his partner Romulus to embrace their city folk and celebrate the day with them. Or so they thought. As after a small speech, Tegan decided to release some interesting, Romulus decided to release some interesting news upon his city folk. That being that the responsibility of the protection of the city of Umloa will no longer reside in the hands of the Heather's Vigil, who have been the private guard of the city since its fruition, but now in the hands of the not so universally liked guild known as the Truffle Snufflers, a privatized security force that is known for being a bit power hungry. We left off with the surrounding crowd getting uneasy and a bit of an uproar as the Umberfells retreated back into their hot air balloon and vacated the premises. Duke managing to scurry up and do some acrobatics to catch just a bit of conversation before getting out of reach. And we return again, everyone gathered.
I think this is like the moment where like Duke is finally hopped down to rejoin everybody. And he's a little out of breath because he had to go fast and far for a very short amount of time. And he rejoins, just kind of breathing heavy. So we're agreeing that this isn't the best news, right?
Picked a hell of a day to come into town, I guess.
The Royals don't agree with each other. That much is, obvious, but I heard it too. Tegan doesn't like what's going on.
Hell of a decision.
As you're having this conversation, you're starting to get jostled a bit. And your group is starting to kind of get more pressure together. As you're trying to have this conversation, but Kerr and Lab, I think you two would be the most used to this, but the unease is taking a turn, especially as pairs of large pig folk start emerging from the various entryways and make a perimeter around the outside and start forcing all of the civilians out of Royalty Peak. As this happens, the crowd gets riled. Some start trying to bolt the other directions, while some start flooding towards the Truffle Snufflers, trying to combat them and get towards the bastion, clearly unhappy with the situation. You hear the slash and clash of blades versus blades, heavy blunted instruments against armor, and the cries of terrified children around you. What do you do, Critter Crew? Get them back!
I think Duke hearing the cries of kids, that's immediately where his focus draws, is getting all of the small innocents out of the way and out of any imminent danger that might be caused by what is obviously starting to stir. So he's focused on helping all of the small children or people who aren't as capable to get out of the mix of everything and to somewhere safe.
Kerr's going to try something. It's called Fasting Day, right? That's what this event is. Okay. Kerr's going to take a quick look around and see the building tension and this fight that's definitely either heading towards or this very volatile situation.
The weapon strikes you're hearing are from the few people who have decided to just say fuck it and go at the Truffle Snufflers who are trying to corral them back. Right. And the Truffle Snufflers have these large tower shields and are essentially enclosing a wall. Police essentially.
So Kerr's going to take a huge breath and shout out, well, that's one way to end a fasting day. Come on, everybody, let's get back to where it's more fun. And just is trying to start getting people to follow along. I'm going to, if possible, he's trying to say a lot more things, but I can't think of what to say. My new inspiring leader feat, can I try to use that to get people's tensions to calm down a little bit and to follow and get out of here?
Cool.
Yeah, definitely. Remind me of how the inspiring leader feat works.
I made notes.
Do we need to make a saving throw on that?
It's not a saving throw.
It's not a saving throw.
Yeah, I don't believe
Feats and
so.
traits. Where did I put this? I think I put this in my notes.
My bad.
Twice. Noise. Okay, it's okay. Other.
Those are just people in the crowd around you. Don't worry about it.
Do I only have lucky? I only.
Lavender Nittingham would like to find the most important looking swine in the crowd and try to sleight of hand pickpocket his death.
Yep. I expected nothing less.
I would like to pants one of these travel snufflers. You know, they're already so incompetent. Why not let the people know just how incompetent?
For sure.
I'm gonna let you know now. You can try it. You can definitely try it. But they, from what you can see, is you have the crazed crowd in front of you, which, by the way, I'm going to need you all to make strength saving throws for me as the tension builds.
Strength?
Oh,
Jesus.
Strength or I'll say strength or dexterity saving throws.
Thank
All right,
God.
how well can you bob and weave in a crowd?
How well can you resist the mob mentality of not getting strength?
I happen
Thank you,
to have
Ranger Sherwood.
advantage when I'm near allies through the power of friendship.
Oh, thank God.
Wait, why do I have this?
It's an 11.
I got
11.
12.
No,
Why do I have this?
yes.
That is
It's not
a
very high DC just yet because they're not fully charging or trying to like. It's not the worst yet, so it's not the highest DC just yet.
Game Junkie sent
Oh, yeah,
over the information.
So with inspiring leader, it's a 10-minute speech and talking. So yeah, Kerr's still talking and is trying to get people's attention and hopefully follow them. The way that inspiring leader specifically works is like I can give allies temporary HP and it's based off of my charisma. I'm wondering if we would allow using it instead, just to like try and get people's focus and attention. Like instead of HP, it's just like a group effect.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to have you do a performance or charisma check or persuasion check with advantage.
With advantage. Performance or
Yep.
persuasion. Okay. Performance.
What was your dexterity / strength saving throw?
My strength saving throw was 15.
15. Perfect.
I'm trying to figure out why it says I have advantage on dex saving throws because I can't find out why. Like it's there, but I'm like, why do I have this?
It might be your racial feat.
Is it like a racial thing?
It probably is a
Probably.
racial thing, but I'm like, why do I have that? Hold on. 17.
Nice. Okay. You all just barely managed to navigate through and tuck around the worried folk who mothers holding their children, mothers and dads dragging and holding their children and trying to get them out. Duke, you kind of like are gathering some and pointing towards the exits that you came into. As Kerr, what did you roll for your performance / persuasion with advantage?
That is a performative 20. Thank you for that advantage because the other one was a natural 1. So, Kerr is just talking and is trying to like get the crowd focusing on each other and like moving back away and like going to point to people and be like, I saw you like at the like strength contest, like that was a fantastic job, blah, 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 like trying to get the rest of the crowd back to where the party was, back to where the festival was, and moving out from this. Like anyone who wants to leave, trying to focus that flow so that it's not people panicking, but it's just like a natural stream.
Trying to keep a calm, orderly exit. You kind of digging into your political training as a youngster, you and your performative prowess as a wannabe rock star.
He's just not a rock star yet, so he's a wannabe. Anyways,
in quotes, because you were a rock star. You take these bounding. There we go. I think I ducked out for a second.
You froze it, but you're
these
good.
bounding strides bounding strides and start persuading and coercing the people to focus on you and not the opposing force that is coming out, and trying to keep them in orderly fashion. While Lav, you turn with this fiendish idea to make an example of these already incompetent police force, and you see just a solid wall of tower shields in front of you. With behind them, there are 3. It's difficult. They're like locked in. This is the most organized you've seen the Truffle Snufflers, which also kind of raises a little bit of a red flag for you. Behind them, you do see what seems to be 3 commanders who they themselves are wearing these large blazing blue breastplates that. Oops. Oh no!
Minar, Ruby, we lost a Lav.
The internet should be so good. Oh no!
We lost a Lav at a critical moment. Okay,
It should be so good.
Wait.
Hi.
Hello, you're welcome.
Welcome back.
Absolutely nothing happened.
The 3 commanders behind have these blazing blue chest plates with wide shoulders that kind of curve up at the end in gold trim. And on the top, they are just fully decked in a full faceplate helm, so you can't see their faces at all. Their entire body is kind of decked out in armor, so you can't actually see what these figures are, but they have the same kind of build as all of the other pig folk around.
And
you
this is
see them
not
just
normal for these Truffle Snufflers. Lavender would know, correct? This type of armor.
Well, the armor is new for sure, but also just the general organized organization of the Truffle Snufflers. You know, traditionally they are very just like, they're just the typical pig folk in their double-breasted blazers and tall caps, kind of trying to keep the peace while typically antagonizing it for their own gain. And you hardly ever see any captains out and about. And if anyone ever raises a problem with the Truffle Snufflers, they're usually quieted either by force or are paid off to just kind of leave the Truffle Snufflers alone. You've never heard of them having any real hierarchy of command besides the commissioner, who you saw leave with the Umberfell family, and then his underlings. This new level of command is completely unheard of for you. Maybe it just developed while you were gone.
I haven't been gone that long, though. No, this is strange.
Do you still wish to try to pants one?
That's a great way to phrase it.
You can. It may not end well for you, but you can.
Lavender is slightly swelled in her, for lack of a better word, rage. By her speech, and very reluctantly, with a grand following his footsteps and just going kind of,
I can just imagine her
snuggle up
swishy tail.
close to our badger friend.
Good.
Reluctantly.
All right. Good. Great. No rescue attempts necessary
Perfect.
for any party
Scree, what are
members
you
today.
Honestly, Scree is
Scree falling asleep?
drowsy and probably just holding on to Kerr and kind of like waddling along as Kerr is like getting people organized.
Oh, Scree's real sleep.
Real sleep.
Yeah.
It's sleepy with
Well,
me.
like a kid at Disneyland.
Yeah.
It's cute, Aurea.
Oh no, with the Mickey Mouse ears. Oh no.
That worm is like scooped up to be Mickey Mouse ears.
Oh my god.
Look, Scree
you
is
have
the rat.
You have right ears, so that's what I
Oh,
was
that's right. I
thinking.
just have ears.
Oh my god! All right. Oh my
That's how
god!
tired.
Oh.
No,
Scree
marching
is in
marching
vanilla.
does not count as performance.
Doing-
Okay. No,
What is marching band?
no. This is a marching band. Marching
The
is
thing-
not counting. God. Anyways, because don't forget, I have a new curse.
You also can't be hexed by your own performance. You can't put
Good,
yourself
thank
in a stunt
Yeah.
state.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Just laying that out there.
We gotta find some.
As you
for these.
all kind of gather and focus your energy on just trying to get as many people out in a cohesive pattern, you see flashes of this bright purple half cape start running past you towards the front line as members of the Heather's Vigil start dashing forward and grabbing the folk who are attacking the Snuffle Trufflers and pulling them back.
Good.
Okay,
good.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing
Between you and the Heather's Vigil, you managed to kind of back out. There's still chaos happening in the front, and as the Heather's Vigils tries their best to quell the rage of the townsfolk, but you all manage to exit out and back down the streets to the main thoroughfare where the party was happening in the Heft, so the housing district. And the party is still going on. Some of the shops have left. You can see that Madame Hysteria is gone. She is packed up and gone home.
Good call.
But as you enter back into the main festival area of the Heft, you can see some people there. The tensions are still high, but you can tell that just being out of that main royalty area and coming back into this kind of more lighthearted area is starting to calm some people down, and the parents have kind of switched their focus into distracting their kids from what just happened.
Kerr turns to look at Lav. I don't have much good things to say about your ruling monarchy if they decided to just fuck up a perfectly good festival day like that.
It seems rather unlike them, really. I think something is very wrong.
I do think I should restate the fact that Tegan, one of the two royals, is not happy with what's going on. So clearly there's even discontent amongst the rulers.
Yeah, and they still chose to put it on public display, which is the stupidest thing I think
Normal.
I've heard of in a while.
Let's just say I would never put anyone's safety in the hands of the Trevos Nobles. Not a day in my life would I. Fiends.
I wouldn't trust them near a jelly donut. Anyways. Do we have a place to stay tonight? It's getting kind of late, and it looks like Scurry is barely standing. Like,
Which,
I
as
think
you
it's
see,
more, you're just like slumped in.
I mean, there are a few inns, of course.
What's she thinking?
Well, seeing as how tonight has gone, lots of fun, but not quite as planned. I'm not necessarily feeling super confident in staying in the city. So, if all of you give me your word, perhaps I have a place we can go. But I will kill you if you tell anyone where this is.
As you say that, you watch Duke was like intrigued by where this is going, and then goes. Excuse
Stripey,
me.
you have my promise, Stripey. If I ever break your trust, I promise to let you kill me.
Good. It will be great fun. I promise it will hurt very much.
Scree nods and starts walking in a direction.
Perhaps we carry the little one.
Hey, Scurry, do you want to be tall for a little bit?
Yeah.
Just like on top.
Just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Basically,
God.
creepy snowman.
Oh my god, yes.
Just got to get a real large trench coat.
Yep.
Oh
Worm
my
is
God.
the head, you guys. Worm is the head.
Worm is the head.
I think Scurry is about too tired to even remember this, but Duke. Intense stare at
Yeah,
Duke.
and he like matches it back and like leans away from you as you're
Throws a
staring.
fang.
It goes from being like intense stare to like crazy wild eyes and like, oh my god.
And Duke is just like, you know, as much as I like your chaoticness, I don't like being on the other hand of it. I promise not to say anything. I mean, who does hell?
Then, there will be tea.
Well, you
Lavender's
can't-
mirror flops from the "Am I going to have to kill you?" to the "All right, let's go have tea."
All right, so Lav, where are you taking them?
All right. So Lavender will lead our little critter crew down into the docks area and take a sharp turn away from the actual shipping base into almost a sea-like ocean beach area, very brushy, brambly, and into the brushes and bramble, we'll stumble across a very hodgepodge driftwood dock that is quite hidden. And at the end of this little driftwood dock, there stands a bell. And Lavender will ring the bell.
All right. You ring the bell. Ding, 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 ding. And this clear, silvery bell rings across the water. Silence for a moment. The sound of the lapping waves. You can hear the of these large dragonflies kind of whisking around you guys. And then the sound of movement through water. As coming towards you, you see a boat. Just moving on its own.
There should be enough room for all of us. No need to take multiple trips. And Lavender will kind of usher everyone onto the boat.
Kerr wants to do a perception check on Lavender. Just like her general mood and attitude and just like see how she's feeling about
Can I do a
being
vibe
home.
check real fast?
Can we vibe check?
I would like
Is
to roll a
Lavender
vibe
about
check.
to murder
Check it.
us all? No, Kerr's not
She
thinking that
did
at all.
already threaten to. So you know,
I know, right?
the worry is not unwarranted.
No. But yeah, and like I might not do well on this perception check, so
I'm legit about the
that
vibe
was
check,
actually
though.
really
Like
good.
an insight
Do the vibe
check or
check.
something. Vibe
oh, that
check.
was really good actually. Perception. 21.
21? Wow.
Let's see.
Because Lavender's obviously this is Lavender's home turf, so Kerr's expecting a little bit of like some different attitude, energy, and just trying to see what that is compared to like how we've been with traveling. And
The
stuff like
vibe
that.
check is an 18.
18.
Okay.
All right. Well, if you're 18
What
and you're
is
21, you could definitely sense Lavender's unease as we traveled through the city and the finishing of all of the festivities, whereas before she was very merrily taking part in all of it, and now unease. And you could also tell she is watching all of you very closely. Also, actually, Lavender would want to vibe check back, actually, when making the promises to perception how serious you were.
So retroactive insight check.
Retroactive insight. Yes.
The rest of us get to make persuasion or deception checks.
Which is a
Yep.
15 on Lavender.
Persuasion or perception checks, and then don't tell me which one you chose, or don't tell her which one you chose. But you can tell me in a Discord. What did you roll, Lav? Sorry.
I rolled a 15.
Don't tell you what you rolled, but we can just put it in the sides, or did
Oh
Discord?
no! Don't tell me. You can say the number out loud, but just tell me. Don't tell Lav if you
which
rolled a
roll?
deception or perception.
All right, 16 total.
Cool.
Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, we got there. Solid 4.
Listen, now that we don't have internet problems, it's the Alpine pause that was muted.
It's everything else. Don't worry, people. The Alpine pause stays. It's just my inadequacy.
Right. So, Kurt, Duke, does Lav believe you?
Duke was being truthful, very earnest.
Kurt was being himself, so like that's really on however Lav feels about it. But like a 16, and was not appearing deceitful. It was just being like, yeah, sure, I'll let you kill me. So that's just on Lav to believe or not.
I think I would let you kill me is good enough for Lav. She is still keeping a close eye, probably a little closer eye on Kurt than she is Duke. She is thoroughly capable in her ability to take on Duke if need be.
Hey guys, don't worry. There's a Coliseum. You guys can work it all out.
What do you mean?
You haven't gotten to all the rings yet.
Cash me outside. How about that?
Lavender just considering all the types of teas she can flip Kurt. It's fine. It's fine.
Would this be a true shonen if there wasn't a Coliseum episode? Anyway,
Of course. We haven't had each episode yet.
So, as you all step onto the boat, it rocks back and forth slightly. The mist still lingering on the on the lake around you, and the Verolin Lake around you. You step into the boat and it doesn't move. In the lab, you just see a giant air bubble next to the boat. Knowing that this is typically when you present your form of payment.
Oh no. Do I have something on me for this?
Which is technically just snacks.
I know.
You mean it's a sacrifice?
I always have a sacrifice on me.
A sacrifice.
Nice.
Oh my god.
I will
A
give
game
you the rest
accurate
of
sacrifice.
my brewing cake.
Oh, that's right.
Lavender being so distraught that there was no ring in the Bruins cake this year,
right.
did not finish her cake and will throw the rest of her cake into the water.
Kind of floats there for a second. And then, are you all watching Lav as this happens?
Oh, absolutely.
Cool. You
Duke
see,
is watching the water.
Kinda.
you see the cake just, it's dark, but you just see this kind of dark mouth with these two long whiskers just and envelop the entirety of the cake as the boat starts moving into the mist.
Amazing.
And Lavender will specifically make sure no one turns on any lights for this, and will quell any lights that are attempted to be turned on while traveling through this mist.
So traveling through the darkness and the mist, it is pitch black, except for behind you, there's still a few floating lanterns that are in the air. And every so often, you'll just past a few of the floating lanterns that have now drifted into the water and are just kind of floating there on their little boat pedestals. Just it's completely shrouded in this gray, swirling mist with slight little globules of light. And your memories kind of flash back for a moment to when you saw the will-o-wisps. As you travel for about 15 minutes across this boat. And then in front of you, the shadow of a mound of earth and then a large tree emerges in front of you. The boat pulls up to the small hidden dock around the back, tucked between this large bramble of bushes and shrubs, as another bubble bloops from the water below, and this large head, completely smooth, wide mouth with these two whiskers dangling out and these small little beady black eyes, look up, and you just kind of hear a snapping sound as it claps its large jaws together towards Lav, and then it goes and leaps out of the water and and swims away.
Kerr looks at that and is like, would love to hear how you met that thing one day. And then like it just starts to climb out while like carrying Scree like a swaddling.
Perhaps a bedtime story tonight then.
Ooh, I'm guessing Scree is just completely gone at this point.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Second Scree was on Kerr's shoulders.
Oh.
Ow.
That way they didn't fall into the water.
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll say halfway across the...
Scree didn't get
Oh,
to
yeah,
meet the
they didn't-
catfish. They didn't get to meet the catfish. That's
Oh, Scree's gonna freaked out when we see it for the first time.
Oh god, you're right.
So you all emerge off the boat and follow this small trail completely encased in this overgrown, they're not rose bushes, but as you're walking by, you see just every so often you see these giant blackberries hanging. You walk through this bramble of blackberry patch, this tiny, about 1 acorn wide trail that just weaves and twists around in and on itself until you enter in to a small opening. And as you look around at this opening, you are now at the base of this gargantuan oak tree. Oh, hey, Sagu. Of this Hello, girly girl. When did you learn to open doors?
Before pet voice.
You enter into the bottom. You approach the bottom of this gargantuan oak tree, its gnarled roots twisting out over the ground. The front root kind of twisting down towards you can see has been carved into a small stairway that leads to a door. Rounded in nature, painted to kind of blend into the rough bark of this towering oak tree. You don't quite notice it at first until Lav walks up to it and starts turning the handle. Which, Lav, what's your passive perception again? 15? 14?
No, it's 15.
Oh, 15. You reach for the handle and start turning it, and from the corner of your eye, you see a small little flash, and you stop in your tracks as you look. And there's a small little glyph carved next to the door that wasn't there when you left. The flashing stops as you stop turning the handle, and you just see this small little shimmer go up and down the rune, and you hear a as the door opens, and standing there in his dour demeanor, ruffled feathers that you can see have, some of them have been dyed black, and he's kind of changed his look a bit more alternative. Dyed some of his feathers black, the ends of them are now red, and he has kind of a swoop across one of his eyes. He goes, "Hey, love."
Droplet's gone full Rufio.
We
Oh
love
my god.
Droplet.
Droplet's gone full Rufio. Oh my god.
As you see Droplet in front of you.
I love what you've done with your look. As Lav will kind of like ruffle his like emo.
His emo swoop.
Oh.
His emo swoop.
You see he does like a full, he turned his head the full 180 and then just like flips it back really quick, and the swoop just goes right back into place. Goes, thanks. It was Jenny's idea. And he turns and plods back in.
Is
to the
Jenny
houses.
here with you?
Yeah. She's up in the branches, touching up some of the rune work up there. She'll be down in a bit.
All right. I've brought a few friends.
And his head just turns around as his body stays forward. Oh, hold on. The rest of his body turns to match his head as he walks forward. And he kind of like does the head tilt and lean and goes, I'm gonna need you all to line up real quick.
Oh my god. What? Oh my god, we're getting introduced to everybody this time.
They all have been threatened with extreme bodily harm unto death upon arrival. Upon
arrival. They were promised murder.
Not upon arrival. Upon the betrayal, extreme bodily harm and unto death. They have all agreed to my terms and conditions. Well,
Like,
the rest is leave.
As this entire interaction is happening, Duke is probably behind everyone, and he's just
Is that in front of the gang?
Yeah, that's
like looking between you and Droplet and looking around at where they are. And like actually half of what his eye movement is Cur to Droplet to Cur to Droplet to Cur to Droplet. And being like,
are they the same person?
Different font.
Yeah. Oh god.
It's a different fun.
I think Kerr leans down, just like not even looking at Duke, but it's just like it's always the quiet ones, and then goes back.
They all know Willow. So
Uh,
I mean, we trust Willow.
yeah. That's nice. And he just kind of plods back at you and kind of just waves a hand and goes, line up.
Oh, Droplet is little owl.
Mm-hmm. Oh, real tiny.
Oh, little tiny owl. Oh my
Like
god.
Like,
maybe
probably...
half an acorn taller than the scree, maybe.
Oh my
Mm-hmm.
god.
so he's the same height as Duke is.
Oh god.
Because Duke is half an acorn taller than
God,
Scree.
that's great.
I suppose so. Yes.
So
They are
is
similar
Kerr...
height. Droplet is probably just an uchin shorter than the Duke.
Question: how tall is the ceilings in this treehouse? Because
Oh,
I'm
that's a
guessing
good question.
Kerr is now like, a little bit.
You haven't seen... You don't know yet.
Oh god.
Um,
Because we haven't seen
Yeah,
it
we
yet.
haven't gone inside.
All right. Following along into the darkness.
We keep getting ushered into a line, and Duke is just kind of standing there waiting for everyone else to get in whatever line is happening, just like dumbfounded by the similarities in aesthetic and vibe between Kerr and Droplet, and is just baffled at how that he got here, really.
What mistakes led to Duke's moment in life right now?
So, you all form up into a line and willingly following... Where is it? Gotta find my right list of notes.
Aye.
Here it is. This is what I want. And you all see Droplet from... He's wearing pretty simple clothes. He clearly wasn't expecting any sort of fight. So out of just a very plain black vest, out of one of the pocket that's on a small chain, he pulls out a little medallion that has a symbol on it. You guys can make a religion check if you want.
Oh, jeez.
to
Yes.
Religion?
Mhm.
Sure, why not? We're gonna use the chonk dice.
Religion.
First time I'm ever rolling this. If it fails, it's Ruby's fault.
That's fair.
16 for Kerr.
11. Lavender.
Are you rolling a disadvantage for Scree?
No, I should.
Lab, you can roll with advantage, actually.
17.
What?
I will roll with advantage.
Yeah, Lab can roll with advantage.
Alright.
What? That's interesting.
That is
17.
it's still an 11.
So 11. And Duke, you got a 17, and Kerr, what did you get?
16.
16. So Lav, it looks familiar to you, but it's been too long. Duke and Kerr, you would both recognize this as the medallion that's put out is a gold circle with a large fireplace, and in the middle where the fire typically is, there's a symbol for each of the 4 seasons. And you see that this is a medallion of the god Eros, who is the goddess of hearth, medicine, and seasons. And he kind of like starts waving it back and forth and just kind of looks at you all and goes, "Don't resist. I need you all to make a wisdom saving throw."
Is this something that we can like willingly fail?
Ayo.
You can, yes.
Would he be doing this to Lavender as well?
Wisdom.
Oh, sorry, charisma saving throw. Sorry.
Charisma. Okay.
No, not doing it to Lav. He's kind of like walked in front of you and is just doing it to everyone else.
Lavender has actually stepped behind the line at this point.
Okay.
So we've got Droplet in front doing this, and Lavender kind of like,
Oh my
I am
God.
Muslim
Okay.
behind.
Okay. Then still make a charisma saving throw because you would just be caught in the own. He's not
If it's something
specifically
we can-
targeting you.
If it's something we can willingly fail, and given the fact that he said don't resist, I think Duke just at this point is like, sure, why not? We'll see what happens.
I think Kerr would have tried to resist, except
8?
for was terribly caught off
I can't
guard.
auto fail though. I'm pretty not awake.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really fun in the morning when you wake up and you're like, "Where the fuck are we?"
What the-
All right. So
Where's
Kerr
my-
fails. Duke willingly gives in. Scree auto fails because he's asleep. And Lab, what did you roll again?
A 17.
17. So you succeed. So you resist as you feel a slight compulsion to be completely honest with this
Ah,
in front of you
I see. I see.
Uh-huh.
and resist. And he just looks at you and goes, "Do any of you intend to fuck us up in any way?"
Only if you decide to do the same to me.
Not right now.
Like very sleepy.
Scree just mumbles.
Worm.
No.
Wait, what did Worm get?
Oh, worm!
Wormathan.
You can't understand him anyways. It's fine.
Yeah, it has to be a language that they understand. Yeah.
Fair.
Well, he understands that. Well, does he understand common? I don't know. We've never asked.
He does. He seems to at least.
He's followed some like pretty specific instruction.
It's true. Because like you've
You
talked
intend
to
to
him
fuck us
before.
up, and
with-
Worm is like, yes.
yes.
Eyes wide, nods.
He intends to fuck everything up because
Always.
So good,
he
quiet.
finds it funny.
It's like all right. Do any of you have any ties to Quintus?
Does that
Who the
name
fuck-
ring a bell?
Who the fuck is that?
Quintus Shallow Scale.
Does it ring a bell?
Or,
There's just this empty look in Duke's eyes, like,
Well, Wormathan would know Quintas.
Oh, Wormathan.
that's right, Wimmerton would
Did
know
Worm-
Quintus.
Succeed their check or not?
Worm has been the big bad the entire time. We
Worm
befriended
did
them
fail.
first thing.
You just see Worm go.
Oh my god.
You see Droplet kind of looks at him. He goes, "Where'd you get the crocodile thing?"
Picked it up from a cat who fled after we destroyed their underground slavery operation.
Nasty little hairless bugger.
All right.
The cat, not Wormwithin.
Yes.
Last question. Do any of you work for the Duchess?
I don't think so.
No. No.
And you see Wormwithin nod his head and then stop and then go,
Yeah, your boy.
Yeah. Go over with it.
off his head and goes,
Compel.
I have to you. All right. Come on in. And he turns and just starts back up the stairway and into the large oaken tree.
How big is it? How squished is Kerr?
As you enter in,
Kerr's mohawk would definitely brush top.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. It's not too bad.
well, it's interesting. Because you can tell that the inside of this location has been refurbished from what it originally was. But as you walk in, there's about 5 acorns length of low ceiling where you see a long table, chairs, cabinets full of various knickknacks. As you walk in, the smell of sage and sandalwood fill your nose. But as you enter into the middle, you see the ceiling opens up and just emerges into this towering cathedral-esque ceiling. And you can tell that the entire rest of the tree is completely hollow up and just has these little balconies that circle the various tops with doorways on each of these balconies. Hanging from various ropes and strings and banners are treasures and trinkets, baubles, glowing little lights that have fireflies trapped inside, and just a menagerie of what you can only guess are treasures from Lavender's past escapades. And across every single wall, every single surface, no matter where you look, you see some sort of rune carved in. Sagu, enough. Good girl. Which, as you look up and spiral, as you enter in, there's a spiral of runes that just set off in a chain up as a spiral into the dark canopy of this oak tree. And it spirals up and then spirals back down. And you hear a voice go, "All right, right down." And moments later, you see just this shadow plummeting down the center opening. And then about 10 acorns from the bottom just start drifting slowly down. As landing on her feet, her pale yellow dress corseted with a flower filigree corset and 2 straps over her shoulders, is a tawny blonde field mouse. 2 big ears, one of which has a notch out. You can see that there's a few scars down her arms, and the very tips of her fingers have been dyed black. And she has a couple earrings in one of her ears, as well as septum piercing in the very front of her nose. She goes, "Hey, who are these fucks?" And Droppa goes, "They're Lab's friends, apparently. Sorry, I didn't tell you we were getting guests. She's like, you probably didn't know. Well,
Sorry I couldn't send word beforehand. It's been a crazy week or so. I didn't know we were even going to be here.
nah, welcome home, Lav. And she kind of like jogs up and gives you a little hug around your waist, which only comes to about half your height. So,
It's good to see you again, Jenny, darling.
It's Jenny.
Droplet kind of like pans his head towards the rest of you and goes, there's beds on the 3rd level. You can chuck that one in any room you want. And kind of just like nods his head towards Scree. Goes, if the rest of you want food, Lav will take care of it. And just walks away.
Tea? Food? Anyone?
If tea is code for something that has some alcohol in it, yes, please. And then goes to put Scree somewhere.
I think I have something for you.
Jenny goes, oh, we got a new cabinet, and runs over to this like thin, tall, what looks to be like grandfather clock, but the top has been completely hollowed out and it's just been replaced with what looks to be a carved out wood carving of a small burrowing owl and a small field mouse.
Oh my god.
Just kind of like locked arms dancing in a circle. And she opens the big main door and is just bottles.
We stand.
Lav, I like your friends.
I did not. Thank you.
I take
and
Excellent. Well,
we started making our own too, so
making your
that's
own,
how
really.
yeah, we make our own gin and mead and I guess
make your
moonshine.
own gin.
Yeah, that's how we make most of our money for funding this place.
That is lovely. It's quite a complicated process. I'm highly impressed that you were able to perfect it enough to sell. I'm assuming. Also,
Droplet's pretty smart when he's not being a dick.
I'm glad you've been keeping him company. We love
Yeah.
a drop.
Yeah, he's a dour little rain cloud. And as she says it, you can see that like a small little smile crosses her mouth a little bit.
I love them.
I love them so much.
We stand it in the one shot and we stand it now.
They're perfect for each other. I love it. Oh my god. Around what time is it that we've arrived?
It's real late.
Late. Okay.
I would say it's probably like 10:30, 11.
Oh, I was expecting later than that, honestly.
All right.
Well, the main peak ceremony happened at 9.
All right.
And then
Not
getting
too
out
bad.
from the crowd and traveling down makes sense.
Yeah.
It takes about an hour to get from the peak to the top ring to the bottom ring. It takes about 30 minutes if you take the Fitlek.
Go ahead.
Lavender will go into the galley-style kitchen and begin heating some water and boiling herbs from one of the open-face cabinets. I would like anyone to roll, I guess, what are your passive perceptions to concur, unless you'd like to roll a perception check in checking out the area.
I think
Lavender just poisons everyone here.
Everywhere.
And there.
I think Duke has like from the door has just been
Rolling
absolutely.
perceptions.
I mean, he has shit eyesight, but is using like his sense of smell and his hearing to like check out the environment along with his eyes, but he doesn't have the best eyesight. So he's been actively perceiving everything since he walked in the door.
Okay, Game Junkie, that's really fucking cute though.
It's
All right.
adorable.
That's so fucking cute.
It's adorable, you guys.
Listen, these two dour motherfuckers are the most adorable little thing. I love it.
Can we convince somebody in the audience to cosplay them?
Oh my god, we'll see. Oh my god, I'll cosplay them if no one else does. Anyways,
Honestly, valid.
I already have the yellow dress. We could cosplay them together.
Oh my god, you guys.
you what's me
Anyway. Perception, you said?
I think perception, yes.
I think Kerr's passive is just a 14. I think he's more focused on just like kind of really on Lav still, just like in seeing how she's acting now that we're in the hideaway and with friends. Like just is really curious about if there's been a shift in any of like how she's
it's a natural
vibing
20
right
for
now.
a 23.
Jesus.
All right.
I think just one more actual
So-
perception I have.
So with the perception of Lav, you would easily be able to tell, like,
Is she more relaxed?
she is very much like checking out all the new things and the rooms, but also once she gets into the kitchen, like, she's not actually like paying attention to anything she is grabbing. She just knows, like, this is her home turf. Like, you can definitely tell that. Duke, you notice that despite all the knickknacks and things around, most like surfaces are very clear. It's rather tidy, actually. However, you notice one oddity on the large table, mainly being a tipped over mug on the side, and the spill in the mug have not been touched, and the spill is completely dried onto the table.
Oh.
Ruby, why would you
Why
hurt
would
us
you
like
do
that?
this to me?
Why?
Which,
We
if
were
as you
all having fun.
look, there's also a specific ring of runes around that area that is completely encircle that area.
It's don't touch. It's the don't touch ruins.
I think I have to get out of KJ and into Duke. Duke clocks it and is intrigued and is putting a pin in it for a conversation that he's going to have with you later anyways.
Put a pin in it?
Yeah.
It's like a surprise when you step on a pin later. Anyways. Oh my god.
Duke, darling, do you drink? Can you drink? I don't know your age.
There's no drinking laws in Teleday.
No, but it's a great
It's a
RP
moral
moment.
thing.
Leave it alone.
It's true. No, you're good.
We said
Do you
that
want-
age works in seasons, right? That's how
Yeah.
this works?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Or, hold on. I'm doing math. This should be easy math. What the frick? What's 5 times 4, you guys?
20.
5 times so 20.
20.
20.
So you're
Um,
around. Does that hold?
Around 20 years old.
Yes.
Maybe a little older than that. Duke just kind of like leans up against the table, keeping a distance from the mug and the spill itself, and just kind of looks at you like you're crazy. Like, did you really just ask me that question?
I just don't ever particularly really recall you drinking. So I don't know. Would you like something?
You do realize that at the funeral, Kerr brought everyone drinks?
So
That felt like 3 years.
It was so long ago.
So long ago. Would you like one?
Nothing as strong as what he's clearly gonna have, but I'm not opposed.
I mean, considering how little you decide to drink, you basically don't drink at all. But I will have double of whatever. you
I'm a
buy.
classy drinker, thank you very much. I've got to keep a good complexion, healthy body, unlike someone.
I feel like I'm keeping my body healthy enough. Just flex.
Anyway,
That's awful.
Jake's gonna get wasted on one drink. No, he's not. He's not a lightweight.
I mean, he is of tiny weight. Anyways.
He is of tiny weight. However, he's a lot more resilient than people think he is, or people give him credit for.
Let's do the constitutions in every 30 minutes.
I know.
I believe in him.
As Lavender goes about the kitchen, opening up this large round jar, pulling out a spoon and the golden dollop of honey into these two beautiful little mugs, relatively simple in design. Pours water and puts some bagged herbs in each one. Goes over to the new cabinet, admiring the artistry of it. Opens up to look at what there is. And will pull out one of the bottles of gin.
You're looking around, and you see the bottles are all a haphazard mess. It seems as if they had empty bottles and filled them with various alcohol that they acquired in ways. None of them are in their original bottles. The only ones, they all have handwritten labels on them saying what's inside of them, and there's a pretty good range. The only thing that seems to be missing is that seems to be like a very large void is any sort of corn alcohol. But you look specifically for some of the alcohol that they made, and you see this tall circular base bottle that kind of widens out in a reverse teardrop shape and then has a large cork at the top. And the label is the only label that seems to have any effort put into it besides two other kinds that you see, which is probably the mead and the moonshine. And there's a circle of runes drawn around the label, and then in the very middle there's a owl talon and two mouse ears. So it's like the owl talon with the 3 talons, and then around these 2 talons are 2 mouse ears.
Cute.
Oh,
I love that.
It's adorable.
On the very bottom, you see a small vial with a spell on it that's bright pink.
Just a fun little Easter egg.
Oh,
All right,
Lavender
It's so gross to be dead.
it's fine.
the poison goose poison. Sorry, continue.
Because booze.
Specifically,
Booze most
Anyway.
specifically, but goose.
Kerr's booze. Booze specifically chosen for Kerr.
it's really good.
So I
You guys, I think
there's
we have a TikTok idea.
Oh God! All right. So I think I don't know how else anyone else wants to play like the rest of this evening at the moment, but I
Mhm.
think Kerr is not going to try to dig too deep into whatever this place is and like wherever the inhabitants are, just so that we could drink, relax, chill for a bit, and then like all go to beds and stuff like that to wake up in the morning. I don't know if anyone else wants to RP into that or just like wake up into the morning to eat.
I have
Of the
a
Knitting House.
conversation that will be happening before we go to bed.
Before we go to bed. Okay. Well,
This will
that's Kerr then. Kerr is mostly just like planning to get a little bit tipsy, get cozy, and then just find the nearest corner that's big enough for him to curl up into.
Kerr is decompressing. There are also, when you brought Scree up to the 2nd floor and put him in a room, you see that there are how many are there? Dang it, how many knitting hams are there again? 10?
Oh my God.
13?
So many of them.
14?
Well, there's 6
13.
mice
There-
alone. 7
13.
now. Oh God.
There are 13 rooms that are currently empty on the 2nd floor.
Empty. Interesting.
Well, no, there's 13 rooms and one of them
I
is
think there was
occupied, and then another one's occupied by Scree.
Oh my God. For sure. So yeah, Kerr's just vibing, drinking, listening, watching, and is just
Which
ready
the
to hit
drink
the hay.
that Kerr was given
Decompressing.
was basically an extra strong peach hot toddy.
Yes.
So,
And
sip,
So
Duke's
tomorrow,
drink was a blueberry chamomile with a gin.
so Kurt, tomorrow you'll wake up with a +1 to strength checks,
ooh,
and Duke, tomorrow you'll wake up to a +1 to Constitution saving throws.
Fuck yeah. As we sit down and settle in whatever mild conversations happening around, Duke will, I'm assuming at some point Lavender's like making snacks or something and is in the kitchen, so Duke will kind of sneak away to the kitchen, and will just kind of stand next to wherever Lavender is doing whatever she's doing.
Lavender at the counter mixing up a bowl of some sort of dough, you see. Not like a bread dough, but rather like a shortbread, more like a cookie.
And Duke will take out the ring that he got from the cake and will just kind of clear his throat as he walks up. There was actually a ring in those cakes, but I didn't want to, expose that in front of everybody, and we'll just, still in the folded napkin that he put it in, will open his hand and it'll fall open to show the ring.
Lavender being completely convinced that there was no ring. Just jaw drop. You're going to find love.
When you say that, you see him like a little bit of guilt like leave him, like he's a little relieved that he's not hiding this anymore, but at the same time you say, Duke, you're gonna find love, and it immediately turns sour, and he doesn't quite flinch, but almost as if he did flinch. It's that kind of momentary negative reaction or doubt to what you said before he slips back on the mask you're used to seeing. Maybe.
I've never seen it not work. It sometimes takes a minute, though. That's okay.
Love in my line of work isn't exactly common.
That's actually surprising to me. I would think that traveling gives you a level of freedom within your love. I
lot of
mean, you told us about those adorable little lovebirds. Why not you?
Well, a lot of people, if they don't have a pre-established relationship with each other, tend to want to settle down eventually. And it's against my nature. I never settled down. I didn't have a home in one place. We moved, we were traveling. That's always how my life has been. And anytime I've tried...
You were with are your home?
Well, sure. But a lot of people, at least romantically, eventually want to settle down. And I can't do that.
The ring doesn't always mean romantic love. Typically, but not always.
The only people in the circus who are, I guess, together, it's not even publicly known, is Jolene and Molly. But Alexander has a kid, little Athena.
Oh,
We love her. Their wife, their partner, died early on after giving birth to her. But we love little Athena like she's our own, so she's got all the family she needs.
I understand that. I've never really had any parents. I don't even remember them. But our Penelope, Lady Niddingham, she was the best mother any of us could even ask for. And so many siblings, despite us all being so different. It's good to have a support system like that. Little Athena, she's a lucky girl. Lucky girl to have you too.
Well, her father would beg to differ.
It's
Wasn't
okay.
the best.
Bad influence, uncle. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, Jet was worse than I was, but he had more of the actual masculine energy than I did, so a little more chaos in him.
See, I was the chaos one. My Aspen, very much the grounding of the group. I mean, oldest sibling and all, always keeping the rest of us in line.
But he wasn't quite a sibling to you, was he?
No, not entirely. It's confusing in a lot of ways because the Nittinghams are the only family I've ever had, but also they're not actually blood, obviously. I mean, droplets of freaking owl. We're not really blood related. No. The ring in the Bruins cake is actually what started mine and Aspen's, romance, you could say. So it's very sentimental to me.
I need to stop reading the chat.
But no, Aspen has always been more than just a brother. He is my person.
Maybe dare to call him a lover?
Yes. I dare would. The closest thing to love I've ever found. And God does he love me well. He actually found me, him and Lady Nittingham. So they are the first real memory of kindness I even had.
I think my mom'd love you. I grew up with... God, how many of us are there? There's 2 older, me and Jet, 2 younger, so 6 of us in total. Set of twins in the middle.
Oh my.
All of us, actually, you can thank my dad for this. All of us have D names.
That's got to get hella confusing.
Well, he was the smartass who decided to name the twins Duke and Duke.
That would get extra confusing. Hell, your family rivals that of the Nittinghams. I believe there are 12 of us Nittingham siblings, and then Penelope makes 13 altogether. So
Not me pulling up my Duke notes just so I can read off family names.
I mean, Penelope also had quite the knack for naming. I mean,
let's see. We've got my parents, Deborah and Mark. Then the oldest, Derek J. Second oldest, Daniela Rose. Then me, Duke Alabaster. Twin, Duke Jet. Then you've got second youngest, Desi Elizabeth. And then the youngest, Damon Gareth.
That's quite a large family.
It's not to count the circus. The circus have got more.
I mean, do they have a home base? How often do you get to see your siblings?
We keep in touch. I've got a couple of little trinkets from each of them that are reminders, but occasionally when I stumble across the right person with the right kind of magic skill, I can track them down using those items since they're personal to them. But last I knew, Ma and Da were headed to a main city somewhere in the Velvet Clasp region. Derek is off and married now. I don't hear much of him until family reunions or get-togethers or weddings as kids get older. Daniela, last I heard, was in a serious relationship, and I tried to talk her significant other into, proposing, doing the good thing, making her an honest woman. Hasn't done it yet, that I know of. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure Ma would have sent me a letter.
I mean, marriage is really just... Well, we don't need to get into it, but it just matters the relationship, not necessarily what the different governing forces view you as.
It's true. Jet and I, obviously at the circus, join our fun. We've both had partners here and there, but people either want something from you or want you to do something for them. So we've been not as romantically inclined. Desi, in my humble opinion, is still too young to be dating, but she is anyway. And Damon is still in secondary school, so he hasn't quite yet figured out what girls are.
That's probably for the best. As girls get a little complicated.
It's true. Then obviously there's the circus. Molly and Jolene are our little lovebirds. And Doja runs everything. She's strict but loving. It's very interesting dynamic she carries. Duke and I, obviously. Lucius. He comes from high family, but wanted to make something of himself for himself. He's our fire breather. I think you'd like him.
I do like the fiery type.
We've got Alexander, who has our dear little Athena. He's our strongman. The only other member who carries my same accent, actually, which we didn't know until we met, but we love him. Athena's adorable with her little tiny voice, though. She's got a mixture of all our accents, I've noticed. Like, as she grows up, it's this interesting mix of all of them, and I don't know how she does it.
I'd love to hear that someday.
We've got ours, which is more Celtic. You've got Jolene and Molly, who have more of a southern drawl to them. Got a bit of a... Lucius has a bit of a dirtier accent, you could say. He's got some rasp to him. For the audience, it's a Brooklyn accent, but Brooklyn doesn't exist here.
Brooklyn.
And then Andoja, she's kind of your more upper class, your royal, highty-tighty kind of accent. They're all good folk, though.
Sounds like it. Oh, snitting
You guys start hearing the echoing of her s'mores. Start to go through the open spaces in the hallways.
It seems like today has quite wiped our party out.
Yeah.
Who snores are
It's
louder,
been a day.
Kerr or Screes?
I think her.
Or worms.
Or
Or
worms.
worms. I think
You
it's
want to
worm.
roll for
Roll for worms.
Rollies.
Roll
Roll
for
for snore.
Roll for snore.
There's one of those really like snores that are dumping a little bit.
What'd you get?
Got an 8.
14.
Got 19.
God dang it.
Kerr is like almost drowning out yours conversation at this point.
Love that. Love that.
Yep.
It's amplified by the hollow walls.
On his back. Just
He
like,
also is a rock singer, so he's got the
got some pipes. Got the lung capacity.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Duke will just kind of nudge into your shoulder as the snorings is happening, and kind of gesture his head back towards the table where the mug is. Is that his?
It is. He was actually taken from here. Not the extreme security measures. We don't know much. Haven't seen him since, and I could never bring myself to clean up the last thing he had touched. The entire place was ransacked, really. So Droplet and apparently now Jenny have been taking care of it, making sure it's safe again. We couldn't bear losing another home. Barry lost too much. Penelope, the Nittingham estate, and Aspen. I don't totally know where he could even be. I think to the east from seeing the fortune teller tonight, but I don't know if we'll get there in time. I just want answers.
Duke will put a hand on your shoulder, reaching up just a little bit to do so. And when you look at him, as you've hit this tearful state, he's matching it. Reverting back to how you saw him that morning a couple days ago when you woke up to him broken down after that nightmare. And he clears his throat. Sometimes I curse the knowledge that I have over the loss of my brother, but I can't imagine not knowing what happened. I got to see his face before he left, which haunts me, but not knowing is worse, I think.
There was good fellas. I mean, Aspen was always known to put up a fight. He did not go easily. So there's that lead, which then finding out about that. With the slavers. I'm talking to Warrington. At least I know. Last he was seen, he was alive. So there's still hope. And perhaps Duke and Aspen are together?
It's a nice thought.
I feel like if your brother is anything like you, at least Aspen would have a friend.
I'd like to think that. But after that seer, I'm afraid of what they've done to him. And Duke will take the hand from your shoulder and hold it out in front of you, and using silent image will recreate the look of Jet in chains.
I can't even comprehend anyone being that evil to do that. There's so many innocent.
It was supposed to be me, which is why I'm more terrified of anything of what they're gonna do to him. Because they wanted me, and because of him, they didn't get me. But they know how important he is to me. And I can only imagine what they'll do to him to get to me. Because I remember the threatening words of that forsaken fucking rabbit. He's waiting for me to show up. And damn it, I'll be ready for it when it happens. Because I don't know what I'm going to do if I'm not.
We'll have to be ready then. We'll have to show these bastards who they're messing with. Lavender's teeth bared. And worst of all, worst to think that one of my own, despite her flaws, is working for them. Damn that cat, if she had anything to do with Aspen missing. I don't even know what I did.
When you mention Cat and having anything to do with it, Duke seems to still as if trying to remember something. And then you can tell he's not finding whatever he's trying to remember. Which, as you see that and mention the cat, you probably remember back to the fight with the slavers where she was the reason Duke almost died. But there's something missing in there that he's not able to click together.
Also, speaking of which, I need to have a conversation with with Droplet. I lied about something, trying to protect the rest of the Knittinghams, and I realize now I was very wrong in doing such.
What did you lie about?
Well, as Knittinghams were not necessarily clean pods. We've had to fight and steal to survive in this world, especially after Penelope. Penelope was gone. And we'd take jobs for hire. The coin was good. It was supposed to be a simple mission. In, out, take the thing, bring it to our employer. But someone saw us, and that was specifically not supposed to happen. And couple the drastic measures. She was just a maid. No better than anyone else. And couple killed her. It would be one thing if she was some tyrant, but she was just there doing her job. I don't even think she would have said anything. Completely ruined the mission. We didn't even get the artifact we were after. We only ever did one other mission after that as a Knittingham team. I could not forgive her for that, but I did not want everyone else's view of her being tainted. I couldn't bear for them to see her in that light. So I lied, and I never told anyone. I did help her hide the body, though. I'm a little ashamed of that. Gave the poor girl the best burial I could. I wish Gandalf was there. He would have had something better to say to help her rest.
Even though the truth can hurt, sometimes a tainted view of a person is better than being left in the dark.
I can't have her hurting anyone else. I hate her in so many ways, and yet I still love her. I always will. And damn it, I miss her. Anyway, and so, yeah, Lavender's trying to kind of shrug off the emotion.
Duke will just kind of bump into your shoulder again, grab his glass, turn around, and just over his shoulder say, "It's been a long night. I think all of us need some rest, and we'll go find somewhere to sleep."
Yes.
So, as you depart ways and make your way to whatever corner you're sleeping in, Lab, you climb up the stairs, but before you make it there, as you exit the large galley kitchen, with your passive perception, you just catch a small shadow move away from the door as you're leaving. A shadow in the shape of a small burrowing owl. And you make your way up the stairs into your room, and as you lie down on your familiar bed where you've laid many a night, for the first time alone in a while, you look up at
Ever.
the ceiling of the room.
First time alone ever.
Mm.
Not
And
in the
you see carved there, that's been there since the fruition of this being your hideout, just a singular aspen leaf with a strand of lavender wrapped around it, carved into the ceiling as you go to sleep. And that's where we'll take our break.
All
I'm gonna
right.
go reload on
Let's go
snacks.
cry.
I'm gonna
I might
need to-
get out of this because I'm starting to get a headache from the wig.
Oh yeah, no. I need to go piss so bad, but like all the trauma was so sweet and so good. It's fine. Fine. All right. We'll be
I don't
back.
think you guys realize just how long that I've been planning that mug stint.
Since it
I was like,
happened.
I knew it was gonna be there, and I still wasn't ready, especially for the fact that Duke is the one who noticed it. And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
You're
What?
here to make me sad. All your beautiful NPCs here to make me sad. Anyways.
All right.
sorry.
Go get drinks, go get snacks. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
I think we both clicked it.
Are we on break?
Oh no!
Not yet.
Babe, back. Hello,
Time,
everyone.
what are you talking about?
Howdy, 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 howdy.
Oh god.
Hello.
This look is so much different with my normal hair. L.
I've been here the whole time. What are you talking about?
I sat down 2 seconds before we got live again.
I mean, you all heard me, so.
Right? We're fine. We're so good at what we do. All right, fun
It's
fact.
easier to get into a position here. So
Fun fact. You should put things in a microwave before you do anything else because you kind of have to remember that time passes as soon as you click start, not anything else. Anyways, hi everybody.
hello, welcome back to A Breast of Briar. Thank you for being here. I hope you all grabbed snacks and hydrated. The dogs have switched. I now have the small one here. Not that any of you need to know that. But
Hi, baby.
now let's dive back in to you all wake up. Not that one. This one. You all wake up to the smell of bacon.
Bacon. Yes.
Before Lav can even wake up, you wake up as well, Lav, to the smell of bacon and coffee and a whole slew of morning spread as you wander out of your assorted sleeping areas and into the main room of the hollow, of Lav's hollow. There you see, dashing around the table, Jenny, dishing out plates, kind of sliding them across this large gathering table that's just made out of a hunk of hollowed bar of
I'm glad that everyone else in the chat similarly had the same thought I did. And listen, it's not. There's a magical food that is basically not other animals that exist. That is meat for everybody to enjoy. We just don't think about it too hard.
Don't
Just
worry
don't.
Don't think about it too hard. We don't talk about it for a reason.
Listen,
it's pillbug. It's pillbug bacon.
still like bacon. Wait, there's the wasp lady. So some insects are sentient, but some aren't. Again, don't think about this too hard.
I mean, there's some animals that are sentient and some aren't too. The non-sentient animals are just massive. But
So this is like bacon.
It's bacon. Anyways,
well, pillbugs grow to be like pig size
in this world.
Just like blackberries are.
Yeah.
Melons. We just don't think about how big a banana is in this world because those are still size. But anyways, magic size.
You'll find one. You'll get to a tropical region somewhere.
At some point, yeah. One day we'll be able to taste what an orange is. Once a year on Christmas. Anyways.
Christmas
Breakfast.
oranges? Yes, please.
Which, as you all meander down, you can see Droplet is already sitting at the table, and there is another person there who you weren't expecting to be there, and a couple more forms as well.
Cobble.
You see a black cat. No. Sitting around the table next to Droplet are Lav, you would recognize the wiry-haired, banjo-slinging form of Potts.
Yes.
You would all recognize the largemouth, green-skinned, wizard-hatted form of
Puddle.
as well as two small field mice that only Lavender would recognize as as Rosemary and Thyme. As you all enter in, Potts goes, "Oh, Lav, howdy do. Mustard, and
Pepper.
Pepper.
shit, Mustard and Pepper will be here tonight, but they had some business to do. Everyone else is out of town currently, but this is all the group I could round up. This is where I thought you'd kind of be. So first I went to the pocket watch, but no one said you'd been there yet. So I was like, they probably went back to the good old hollow. And so I came. I almost got exploded though by fucking crazy Droplet's new security. Tries to keep me out. I see Drop's like, well, stop being such a fuck. Maybe you won't set off the runes.
Drastic
I'm just being myself.
Oh my god.
Rosemary, Time, and Puddle all run up and give you a big hug, Lav. Puddle goes over to the rest of you and also gives you a big hug. It's like, it's good to see you all made it. Yeah. Like looks around and goes, Chester and Grundle are back at the Heather's Vigil now. So I made my way here.
Glad to see you made it back as well, Pollywog.
Oh.
I love him.
I love him.
Jenny goes, all right, guys, eat before it gets cold or I'll be disappointed. And as you turn around, you see the table is now laid out with a whole morning spread of breakfast of a couple of blackberries that were just picked from outside in the bramble that are just on plates, and some of the like individual little balls have been plopped off and dished around as small little palm blackberries. Pillbug bacon, pancakes, waffles, whole traditional kind of country morning spread, as along with biscuits and gravy as well.
I'm gonna be honest. When Duke smelled the food, he skipped right by conversation and new people and started dishing up his plate. As people were talking, he was dishing up and sat down to start eating. I gave Puddle a hug when he came over for it, but has just been eating because it's morning and he's hungry.
It's yeah. When Jenny was like, eat or else I'll be disappointed, Kerr was like, well, I would never want to disappoint you, lady. And then dishes himself up too.
Scree's just in awe, but grabs the plate and push some stuff on. Like, whoa, what's that? And probably is just eating and wandering around looking at stuff.
It's so cute. Every time I think of Scree in his giant poncho, I'm just like, yes.
Drappa goes, many of you try the... Sorry.
Feeling better, Scree?
You're awful tired.
What?
Passed out.
Yeah, where are we?
This is Lav's home. And these
this
are...
is the hollow. That's all you need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, everything's rigged to explode, by the way, so don't touch anything.
Scree looks up at Worm. No, we're good. Don't worry.
I think something from that witch lady made us tired last night. You seemed to pass out right after that.
Oh,
Chat has a good point. I should totally roll for hangover because Duke was drinking heavy.
Oh yeah, roll a Constitution saving throw, which you have a +1 to.
Which I have a +1 to.
That's true. You do have that. That's good.
As you say, witch lady Kerr, Droplet pops up and is like, you talked to Mysteria, didn't you?
Baby.
She has a reputation.
What'd she do to you?
There was some weird mushrooms.
There were some mushrooms. Mine did not taste good.
Mouth half full of food.
Time, so that might have had a bit of an impact on flavor.
As they're talking about this, Duke half mouth full of food will just say, well, Kerr can't help but look at anyone who's doing any kind of performances, which is very flattering, but he doesn't normally, so that's weird. And Scree's been really tired.
Scree chuckles and looks over at Kerr and starts doing a little
It's or wait. If Scree, can you do a performance check? If you do a, like above a 10, I'd say like curve.
It counts
like,
as an actual
like,
performance.
Yeah.
That is a 17.
Yeah, so like Kerr goes from like eating a spoon to like watching you casually to just like completely like put food down, just like watching
Blackberry and puts it on his nose.
You just see Droplet do a heavy sigh. One sec. And he goes over and just kind of like slaps your shoulder, Kerr, and then goes over and slaps your shoulder, Scree. It's not very hard. It's not very strong. And then his eyes flash each time. The fuck?
What did you do? What happened? What's wrong?
I didn't do anything. You're both fucking cursed.
Yeah, curses.
I think she said something about that. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't seem to do anything until someone shakes me out of it, which was quite fun at the fucking fair yesterday.
I thought it was quite entertaining.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm sure you love my undivided attention.
It is kind of nice. It makes me feel like you care about me as a person.
I always care about you as a person, Scree.
Aww.
You're my favorite little rat.
Aww.
Well, let's just say it's good I invited you in, and looks at Scree, and also why you're so sleepy all the time. I hope you like sleeping for a long time. 16 hours to be specific.
I love
and
it.
You,
I'd rather do.
pretty boy. And he looks at Kerr. You get stunned anytime someone does anything fancy in front of you. Which is sucks because you're traveling with that fuck. And gestures over towards Duke.
Who looks so offended that Pretty Boy was not directed to him? Like, as soon as it happened and he looked at Kerr, Duke immediately goes,
offended? Don't worry, Duke. One day you'll be as pretty as me.
You wish.
I don't have the power to fix that. If, what's holier than thou bears name again?
Candle.
Yeah. Good old Candle was here. He'd probably be able to fix it. I don't know where he's at yet. He should be coming back soon, though. Or he could go to, I don't know. Head up to the mage's ring. They can probably fix you. Or you could go to the temple. They may be able to fix you right up. But you'll have to do it twice. He gestures towards you, Scree, so pick which one you want to get rid of first.
Okay. Wait, Kurt, didn't you eat too?
Yeah. I don't know what the second one did.
I don't remember either.
I guess we'll find out later.
It's probably nothing. All right. We out of game? I do not remember.
GM, it was turn undead would affect Kerr as if Kerr was undead.
That's right.
I don't think it would destroy him. It would only just like make the effect basically. Which I kind of like the idea that canonically we don't know what it is, and so we're just gonna have to find that along the way, and you can't cure something you don't know. Anyways, I kind of really want to see that one play out. So that feels like a fun little surprise we can do later. Oh, wait a minute. Scree's second curse was that they had to be specifically invited into a place.
I was keeping an ear out for it when we first got here.
Okay.
I was gonna be like, all right, if you try to carry me in, no, you don't.
No, you don't. But
no,
we did get invited in. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. You need the host's permission. That's what it was. Oh fuck. Oh, I know. Yeah, we gotta fix that. There's too many places we gotta break into. Maybe, possibly.
Well, have fun with that. And he just turns and walks away.
Thanks for your bountiful wisdom. Okay, so today, what are we doing?
We should probably catch back up with Chester. check and see what's
Okay.
going on his end, because
Yeah,
he's
just
part
do
of the
that.
vigil. He'll know more about some of what's
What the f-
happening.
Yeah, we'll know maybe a bit about what the fuck went happened yesterday.
I'm gonna be doing some research about some stuff that I saw in that vision that the seer gave me. But
I like this plan.
Oh, you're going to the Heather's Vigil?
I think I'll be
Here,
able to stop
yeah.
today.
Starts digging through his pockets and goes, give him this. It's just like a bag of glass. Be like, I owe them some money.
Okay.
They got me out of a bind a couple weeks ago, and had to do some bussing to make up the glass. They're used to it though. They're nice over there.
Honestly, I believe that they seem really cool. I think they're cool.
Yeah. It's been fun enough palling around with Lore and a couple
Yeah.
of them so far. Plus Chester's in there, so they can't all be
It's
stiffs.
just really cool.
I mean, Duke, you could see that fluffy feline again.
Oh yeah, your little cuddle puddle.
he looks up from his food, glares at you, and goes back to his food.
Aw, did you not have fun with your friend that night?
You know what's wrong? You seem to really like each other.
Is fully ignoring everybody at the table.
He's shy.
Do you think Duke can't hear us? Duke! Duke, are you cursed? Duke! And Screw run up and shakes Duke. Duke, please, come back to us!
And Duke just like picks you up and sets you further away from him. Shop. And goes back to his food.
So,
Oh,
fun
never mind,
fact.
Duke's fine.
I think we've learned a fun fact. Duke is all whistle and no fun.
Wouldn't you like to know?
I already offered, hon. Anyways, they just keep going and keep eating. All right. So after
Flamir's
breakfast, Heather's visual. Ugh. Heather's visual after we've had enough to eat, and he mentioned a candle bear for maybe some of these side effects.
Yes, a brother Candle. He's very talented. Could possibly get rid of these nasty curses.
We can also check with the Mages Guild.
And they just go.
Which candle might be at the temple.
Alright, we'll have to hit that up eventually later on. But Heather's vigil seems to be a bit more pressing. We can ask about what they're behind the scenes of where the falling out happened between the monarchs and the
Smart.
vigil. But also maybe see if we can get some direction for quite a few of our disappearing friends.
As Kerr is talking, he's just kind of like, yeah, and like slowly moving over to Kerr and crawling up to get on his shoulders, and then, yeah, we should do that.
Perhaps we should bring some
Right.
extra coffee for the sleepy rat.
Oh, maybe.
As you say
I'm
that, you
not
see
even
Droplet walk
sleepy.
over to Scree with the little mason jar and go, that's just pitch black liquid. And be like, this is my special brew.
Oh, no.
Don't drink it until you're almost asleep.
Got it. Wait, what'd you say?
No, I can just imagine. Scree takes a sip and is like, "What'd you say?" And his eyes dilate. They can see in colors
See
now.
the secrets of the universe. There are many gods, none of which know who we are, and we will never speak to them. It's gonna be like, oh, okay.
It'll give you energy for 2 hours. So just, and some other things when you first take it, but
Yeah.
just. Oh, God. He fucks. Plots away.
Well,
Nothing.
fine, just like a little nappy nap, you know, just
I love
so awake.
any possible consequences of this. All right, let's go. We met you and you. Haven't met you. Good morning. And like puts crosses hands to shake hands with the two luck folk. The mice.
Oh, hey. I'm Rosemary. And this is I'm. Oh, hey, this is I'm Time. That's Rosemary. And they kind of look, and as you're shaking their hands, they kind of like reach up and grab the sleeves of your shirt and look at it and go, can you sit still for a second?
Sure.
Okay. And they kind of both jump down and pull needles out of their pockets and start like and like patching up the rips and tears of your suit. And then Rosemary runs over to you, Lav, and like goes like, "Can I have your beret?"
If you insist. Take it off. You still see the flag from the other night was still on top of her head.
Starts patching up and sewing up some tears in the beret before giving it back. Okay. If you guys need anything fixed, or want a discount, if you head up to the branches, we both work at the Downy Pincushion. It's kind of like a all-in-one kind of store, but mostly a drapery and clothes. But you can get like jewelry and the perfumes. It's kind of fancy, but if you show up, we can give you a discount. We don't get much, but pay's good. The owner's nice.
Oh, that's good.
But yeah.
Kerr digs in and pulls out. Is it brown, blue, and red? Right?
Brown, green, and blue.
Brown. Green,
red is
blue.
the like most expensive one.
The platinum. Then pulls out two green and gives one to each of them. Thank you for that.
It's like, oh, thanks. Pockets it.
Always pay for good work.
Oh, and if you're heading to the heft, you can stop. You can always see if good old Friar Gambersass can fix them curses for you. He's at the Shattered Hymn. It's a kind of little cobblestone temple, a few blocks down from the vigil. You can't miss it. You literally have to walk by it. Just look for this old badger fella.
Always good to see another badger.
Oh, badger fella. Screed kind of like pats Kerr's head.
All right. So you guys are heading to the vigil?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Vigil's first.
Yeah.
All right. So you head out of the hollow through the twisting trail of the brambles, past the giant blackberries that are still hanging, though a few are missing. Yes, Lab?
Lavender would have finished her breakfast and then gone and done some cooking with the dough that she had been making last night, to bring along some treats.
Sacrifices, if you will. Just Lav restocking on all their snack supplies, basically, while they're home. Auntie.
After being restocked and setting up some stuff for later, you start heading out. And as you're just about to enter the twisting trail through the brambles, actually, Lav, you hear, "Hey." You turn back and see Droplet just kind of like leaning in the doorway. He goes, "I already knew about Cobble.
How did you...
Don't worry about it." And he just kind of looks at you and his eyes flash. Very similar to how you saw them flash when he first walked into the hollow and could see what happened there. Like, you're not as good at lying as you think you are.
Oh.
It turns and walks inside.
Damn.
Holy shit.
Just put on red. Okay.
Damn.
Damn.
Well, all right then.
So heading down the twisting trail through the bramble, back to the small hidden dock, onto the boat. That rings another tiny little bell on this side. The boat whisks away from its hiding spot. You gather on 15 minutes across the lake to the hidden port in the city of Amloa. And then, good question. Do you wish to walk to the heft? Or do you wish to take the Pithleck?
The
Whatever
what?
that
The what?
is.
That one.
The what?
I think Lab was like, "Hey, do we want to do this way, and then like, or the pith left?" And then all of us were like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah.
So the Pithleck, which is Pithfleck, is a funicular railway that goes up the entire side of the mountain city of Amloa. Which a funicular railway is one of those railroads that the car sits like this and just goes the entire way up.
Oh. Yeah, we definitely want to do that one.
That one.
Which cuts the travel time of about in half. It does cost money though.
Okay,
Bet.
We have party
You got the
funds.
funds.
we got party.
Cool. It costs 1 green gold each, 1 green glass each. Green glass each. So you navigate. The first Pithleck station is in the trunk. So 1 level up from the roots where you dock. So you make your way through the industrial streets of the roots, the uneven cobblestone and heavy stone and brick buildings, already starting to bustle with activity as all the factories and workhouses and brassworks kick into gear. Enter through the gate, which, as you notice and enter through the gate, the guards that are typically there have been swapped for the truffle snufflers, who kind of eye you as you pass. And you walk through, and you can see that there's more patrols of blue uniformed people walking the streets. As you enter into the trunk, making your way to the Pithleck station, you all pull out your green glass piece, as Lav has told you. That's how it costs. Before the conductor goes, "Oh, hold up," and you just see the conductor, who is this tall ram-like fellow. Goes, "Hold on. Due to the change," and he kind of like looks over to the 2 guards at the entrance of the establishment. "Due to the change in funds needed to protect our fine city, it now costs 2 green glass to ride the Pithleck.
Fucking capitalism.
Please,
Inflation rates in my fantasy game. My God.
Please
Fuck
go
that!
on wages and place them in the receptacle as you enter onto the car, please."
Is green, silver, or gold? I forgot.
Silver.
Green, silver. Lab about to just like steal out of anger.
Hold on.
You
How
like
stupid am I gonna be?
you see this like rage pass over Lavender's face. Not at the ram at all, but at like just this like death stare going over to the truffle snufflers guarding the entrances. Like, and anyone with like passive perception over 12 would know she is like quelling herself so hard from starting a full on like fist fight right now with the police force.
I think Duke like does the thing where it's like leads forward, but as we're going and dropping the extra money in whatever this thing is, Duke's gonna do it, but then like his tail is gonna flick to just in like a natural movement that his tail is just always moving to cover the little tray to try to nick some out of it.
It's like a traditional like
It's
bus
a
fare
box?
kind of thing. Yeah, so you put him into the box. Mhm.
Bullshit.
Oh, no.
How can I steal from the box that is specifically designed not to be stolen from? Interesting.
Mm.
Not to do.
Do that vending
you-
machine thing where you like tape the glass like to your face. I put it in. Yoink.
Depositing your gold, you
Oh,
enter
God.
onto the pithleck.
Or
Your green glass. Jesus. Your green glass. You enter on to the pithleck.
2 silver to
And
buy?
and you enter on and see it's not too busy at this time of the morning. Probably only 3 or 4 other critter folk are on the rail car with you, and you hear this slight buzz start before the whole car lurches and starts making its way up the rail. As you escalate through the rings, it's a little bit of a different view. You can get to start, you kind of look down onto the rest of the routes, and you can see the roofs have storage houses, and the streets are even more mangled and hidden than you thought, as you know, there's a ton of hidden alleyways from this top line view, as well as Lav, with your passive perception, you would notice that there's a few untoward characters kind of dashing from roof to roof and ducking into the shadows as you make your way up into the one level higher of the heft, entering into this much more maintained and mannered section of the city of Loa. You exit the pithleck. The conductor goes, "Thank you kindly, and I hope you have a great day." And as you walk out, with this not being the main first location, you notice he's gotten a lot more relaxed. And as everyone exit, you see him slowly start handing people things as you leave. And as you walk out, he hands back one piece of green glass as you all exit.
Not all heroes wear capes.
To the man.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Thank you for adding the pits this morning.
Be nice to public service like workers. Oh my god.
And don't forget to be kind to our new guards.
I love this guy.
I love this guy.
I lie.
Nothing shall happen to this man.
As he adjusts his little conductor hat between his 2 curving ram horns, his little wireframe glasses, holding in place, he walks back onto the pithleck as it continues up its track to the higher reaches of Loa. And you enter in to the heft, or the residential district. The houses here are much more prim and proper, made out of plaster and heavy oaken beams. The roof, opposed to being haphazard shale, are very well carved, kind of curved shale roofs that seem to be well maintained. There's small troughs along the side of the main street that are kind of rushing with water, as you see various folks are kind of dumping buckets and cleaning the street. Seems like people try to keep this place very maintained. Small little flower boxes hang from various windows around, and the whole air, while the trunk below you, the main commerce ring, smells a lot of baking and craft and working class. This ring smells much more of flowers and kind of a more fresh area of a residential homely district. The Heather's Vigil lies at the very end of this ring, this being 2 of 3 rings that do not make a complete circuit. Between the heft and the trunk where you just came from, there is a small gap between the 2 rings, which as you crossed over in the pithleck, you notice that built into the walls are a bunch of homes, singular room homes that are built into the walls in a very narrow, dark, kind of murky street that leads to the middle, which seem to be where a lot of the less well-off folk live, kind of in between these 2 rings. Here, it seems to be kind of where the middle class kind of reside, in the middle ring.
Townhouses.
Yes, pretty much townhouses. So making your way along the well-maintained cobble streets, you get polite nods from the various fur and feather folk that walk by you in their prim and proper pinstripe vests and cage billowed dresses. as you make your way through and pass a few shops and things. There's not very many shops in the Heft, but there are a few important buildings. On your way, you pass Gingerbrew Hospital, which is this large, completely white plaster building with these kind of like wooden dowel tops and a giant symbol of the same symbol that you see, that you saw Droplet take out earlier of the god Eros.
Okay.
As well as the Felt Satchel, which seems to be some sort of like general store kind of location. And after walking about 10 minutes down the road, you pass this small little cobblestone, kind of mossy cobblestone thatched roofed building with a small plaque in the front of it, kind of up a few feet across from a small yard that says the Shattered Hymn, which is the temple that Potts told you about.
Yeah.
Further in the distance, you can see from where you are, about another 10-minute walk, this gargantuan building, kind of half of an oval with kind of dimpled sides, made out of this bright yellow sandstone with three windows on each level, coming to a small point at the top. What you can only assume to be the Heather's Vigil, which you can see has a large courtyard in front of it, which you can already see bustling with movement of a training yard. There's a blacksmith inside. It seems like the Heather's Vigil itself is kind of self-maintained and has a large gate and wall on the outside of it, keeping it separate from the rest of the Heft. Before you make it there, is there anywhere you would like to stop?
I think we wanted to go straight shot there, just so we can kind of check in with Chester and check in with getting a little more info about what's going on.
I mean, Duke's gonna be doing some of his own stuff, but he wants to check in with our folks first.
Yeah, absolutely. So you make your way to the gate of the Heather's Vigil, and standing outside, you see two corgi folk. These ones slightly different from the ones you met the night before. It's they have the bright purple half cape of the Heather's Vigil and no helmets on, and they seem to be holding these long pole arms, but that have two long blades on either side. And they kind of cross in front, go, "Hold up. What business do you have with the Vigil?"
Well, Screed's basically a member.
Who's that?
Duke will like walk forward as
an angle to the front, like, okay, wait.
And Duke will just, in a very professional, I guess, manner, will just say, "We have a friend who's a member, Chester. There's a couple of missions that we're running in tandem with him. We just wanted to check up if we're able to. That is.
And Grendel.
And Grendel.
Hmm.
Grendel.
Well, they're throwing around the names of two of the carpenters." The other one looks and goes, "Yeah, but they also said this one's a member. I've never seen him before."
Not a member.
Not yet.
Almost a member.
Yeah.
Almost.
If it makes any difference to you, we also need to check in with Lore.
I love lore.
It's like, "Oh, and they also know Lore. Oh, they're just throwing around a bunch of names, aren't they?" "Yeah. I mean, Lore does make a lot of friends." "No, she doesn't." That's true. They were kind of odd.
We are traveling with them as of yesterday, so if you believe us or not, you can at least check in with her today. I'm sure she's already here.
Yeah. They are. I don't know. Do you have any sort of proof you've talked to these people before we waste their time?
Oh my gosh, wait, I do.
Don't you have a letter that was given to you? Yeah.
Hold on, I have a... Hold on.
Duke will then take that moment to turn to let Scree kind of walk forward.
I'm still on Kerr's shoulders.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, but like,
Kurt just like leans down so that Scree is more on level with like the corgis. I can just imagine Scree like digging through his pockets. Just like,
I know it's here. Hold on.
you have it. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Oh goodness. I might not have made a custom item for it.
but we know that you got it, and
But I
that's all
don't
that matters.
Exactly remember what it was.
What was it? It was.
I feel like
It was a little sealed letter, wasn't it? There was something given to you. I don't remember what it was.
Oh, it wasn't given to us. We don't know. It was you. It was given to.
I don't
Scree.
take notes.
Wait, I
No.
wonder if I have it in my notes.
Just KJ being. This was given to Scree on date 2 months ago.
KJ is the Marie of the group. It's fine.
Oh no, that's right. Scree traded the letter for magic beans.
A metal thistle keychain! Ha!
Ah!
Yeah.
As you pull out the metal thistle keychain, the one guy goes, "Oh
Did it.
damn,
We did it.
yeah, no, that's Chester's." All right, fine. And seeing the keychain, they just unblock the way and open the gate. Like, just head in through the main door. Try not to get distracted. People are working. Everyone's also kind of on edge. Just a warning.
Duke will take
Yeah.
the lead and head in.
Kurt's gonna be an asshole and be like, "Thank you very much for that warning." Pat on the side of one of their heads as he walks by.
Dude!
Please call them a good boy.
No!
As
Not in public.
rolling what I did, as you give him a pat, you just see a small little.
Hey, I'm so sweating. Oh my god.
The other guard kind of like nudge him and be like, "Be professional." It's like, "You gave me pats."
My god.
As you enter in, and the main courtyard of the Heather's Vigil is a bustle. Oh, come on. Can I have my mouse back? Sweet. Is a big ol' hustle and bustle. Where did everything go? Computer's freaking out. There we go. To the right, as you walk down this main thoroughfare, which isn't cobblestone, but is mainly just a dirt path, to the right you see a fully functioning farmstead with corn and giant blueberries and various other wheats and kind of a little bit to kind of make their own everything to make their own bread and foods. You can see that there's a pillbug den as well as a small hummingbird aviary across the way. To the left, you see a full battle ring where you see some what you can only guess as initiates practicing and being taught by an instructor, behind of which is a giant barn that you can just see a load of practice weapons hanging from the wall. It seems that there's an apothecary, a blacksmith. It seems like everything in this courtyard is jammed into the walls and touching sides so that if anything happened, they would have everything they would need to hold out on their own, separate from the city. Making your way down the main thoroughfare, you get to the main steps of this giant sandstone half-oval building, dimpled half-oval building. And as you look at it, the form looks familiar. And as you get closer to it, you can see that the windows are octagons and are covered in this yellow stained glass with black lining. The two large doors tower above you. They're probably about 50 acorns tall. And you push them open, and inside is just a flurry of activity. You can see initiates running back and forth. To the left, there seems to be a large tavern area with a bunch of seating where fur, feathered, lizard, insectoid folk are all just having a time. There's drinking, there's laughter, there's partying happening, and there is just a ruckus joy inside. Following the main pathway to the back, you can see the main thoroughfare, which from that dirt to stone stairway turns into that vibrant purple rug as it rolls out and leads to this giant oval board at the far end that just has a litany of scraps of paper tacked to it in various shapes and sizes and colors. And you can see a bunch of people kind of like looking through. It seems to be divided into 4 sections, and you can kind of see people with different level of half cape kind of at each different section, kind of looking through these papers, grabbing some, and then running off towards the right side, where you see kind of, it's reminiscent of a bank teller setup, where there's three lanes leading to this wooden kind of counter area with lanes inside, and then a person each side. And you see regularly people grabbing papers, running to a specific lane, talking to the person in that lane. The person stamps the paper they're getting them and then puts it on the wall behind them. Looking up, there are 30 more levels above you. Much like the tree, hollow in the center, and just large balconies leading up. And you can see insectoid and birdfolk flying from one balcony to another, up and around. People jumping down from balconies and just landing on the ground before dusting themselves off and continuing on. This is a full-blown Adventurers Guild in full operation. And it's a little overwhelming for a second as you walk in, and there's just also this strangely sweet smell just encompassing the air. You kind of are looking around, and you hear, "Oh my good golly, is that my Dunder's 3?" And you go, and this big bristly form of Chester charges up and just scoops Scree off your shoulder and spins you around, waking you up a little bit. Goes, "I'm so glad you made it here safe."
Wait. It's today.
Good to see you, Chess. How are you? How the hell are you? And then like it starts ruffling at the top of their very prickly head.
Letting you go and kind of dropping you to the ground.
Damage is that?
Chester kind of shakes up. No crushing damage. He's big and strong, but he knows his limits.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know if anyone saw this gem, and I
he's
it to be highlighted.
Been a rough time.
Yeah.
Good job, Sweet. Anyways.
It's been a rough time since I got back here. The whole guild's up in a tizzy. But, Law said that you kind of did some good help with them. They're around here somewhere. Kind of like tries to look around. There's like, "Oh, there they are." And you see Lourdes kind of like at one of the tables by themselves in the tavern. Just kind of like drinking and like looking around towards everyone.
Some people like to sit alone, guys. It's not always sad.
And Chester goes, "Hey, Lore!" And their ears kind of perk up and look, and you can see this big goofy grin and their tongue kind of loop out as they adjust themselves. And Chungor's like, "Oh, hey, glad you made it. It was quiet last night, huh? I never found Muta and Chloe, but I guess they're here somewhere. Oh well."
Good to see you again. Happy to be home. Are you happy to be home?
Yeah, it's nice being back.
Oh, I have a thing for you guys. Well, it's for the
And Chester goes, "Oh, right, sure."
know. I just have a thing for you guys. Like, it's for the heads of
What
your
is-
vigil, but I trust you two more of all of them. I don't know anyone else.
I remember this.
Here's a bag of glass from, and Scree will look over at Lav. The banjo one. The loud banjo.
Oh, Pats.
Yes. Yes.
The possum. Puff the possum.
Oh. Yep. Add to his file. And
Put it on his tab.
just, like, puts it on his belt. Yep. Well, he's always good at paying off his debts. What? But what's bringing you here, though? I can't be more than just that. It's a mighty trek from where you were, and with all this hullabaloo going around.
Yeah.
We have
We
a
kind of
little bit
decided
of
to come
questions
and
about it.
check in. We've got some questions, got some more info since we last saw you.
Oh. All right. The good mass is kind of in a tizzy. I don't quite know
That's
if I'll be able to get her. And you see, he just kind of looks straight up, and at the very top of this building, there is a octagon platform that is just hexed out on the bottom, and it seems to have no walls. And you see one or two figures fly up and over the platform, and then fly back down and leave. He goes, hold on a sec. Hey! He just kind of, his voice echoes up. Guild master! And like waits a second. Well, it seems like, and then you hear a buzzing sound come from behind you.
Lav, that's the guild. Lav, look, that's the guild.
As a tall insectoid creature walks towards you, translucent oval-shaped wings twitch inquisitively as her large opal eyes take you in. A pair of goggles keep her honey-toned bombshell-style hair in check as a cascades down her broad shoulders. Kitted in light armor, you can see the black and yellow fuzz that covers her abdomen and thorax, trying to escape through every crack of this armor. As on her hip rests a curved rapier decorated with intricate honeycomb basket hilt, and her voice flows like honey as she welcomes you and goes, well, I'm guessing you're the ones that my dear Chester and little Lar have told me about.
Scree nods and takes a knee and is like, worm bow.
Oh.
We're kind of like,
Oh.
No need for that at all. Please, don't do that, actually. I wish this was under better circumstances, and that I wish I actually had more time to talk to you, but I have a minute. And she looks up towards the platform as figures keep flying up and out of it and goes, before I have to do a lot of paperwork. So, you said you have news or questions, or I'll answer what I can, but I'll probably have to lead you to my guild advisor to answer most of
Bit
them.
of both. We uncovered a while ago a slave operation, if you will. This hairless cat. It's where we actually picked up Wormathan. And recently have learned about figures under the name of Duchess. We don't know a whole ton about any of that, and we'll pull out both the original and the translation of the letter we found in the hairless cat's room. We found this, translated it. Took a little bit, but we figured it out. And with all of the changes that have been happening, at least I am wondering if maybe some of this is connected, and we'll hand them to her.
She'll take them from you and start looking over them and goes, right, you came from the Silvermoor. How was the and you see, like, it seems as if she's trying to focus on what's happening here, but you can see that there's 1,000 things going in the back of her brain. And goes, how did the Dulcimer fare for you? It's been a minute since I've gotten to catch a ride. As she kind of like reads through. How's good old, how's the captain?
We'll turn to Scree.
And Laura at that point picks up. She's like, oh! And like, Laura looks towards you and goes, and kind of mouths, I forget what he said.
Oh, that's right. He said something to.
He did.
Scree. Oh no.
My excuse for this is that Scree, despite their
Branches.
best efforts, is nodding off and like,
Oh no.
Lavender will kind of like pull the jar of black liquid from one of Scree's pockets and like open it. And, like,
The Mockingjays are singing.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
That's what it was. Like that Captain Albion said to Scree to pass along something like that. Oh god. Oops. Oh no.
I do not remember that happening. But yeah, no,
I don't know if the Mockingjays are singing is what they were supposed to communicate, or if that's how to get into the Rat Pack.
No, the Rat Pack was something else. Going to the branches. Because I have the Mockingjays are singing with a little dash that says Captain Albion. So obviously that's the one that was Captain Albion.
We'll go with that. We'll go with that.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
Scree definitely
Our
remembers.
DM just looking at us in sadness. You're doing so good.
Oh, no,
I wasn't
that's
there for
great.
this.
You got it.
Duke has no idea.
Yeah.
Duke
Scree
can't
got
help
a
you.
fedora.
Scree,
You
I
did
do
good
have
for it.
that in my inventory.
The black
As well as
gold
the lucky
cards,
dice
Rat
I
Pack card.
Mhm.
got. Scree will take a sip of the goop and
Oh, awake.
yeah,
Seen to another dimension.
No! The Mockingjays, they're singing. Then put the jar back.
And you see she pauses for a second as she's reading this. Roll a Constitution saving throw, by the way.
Yeah.
Roll for the
Oh
coffee.
god.
Oh god, great.
That's a 15.
Okay.
Okay, cool. You just gain the 2-hour boost to awake.
Is there a downside to the
Good
2-hour
service.
boost to wake? Oh god.
No. We'll
of
find out in
course
2
not.
hours.
There are no downsides to having too much caffeine. No.
And you see as she's reading, she kind of pauses and just mouths, the Mockingjays. Singing, of course they are. Lovely, fantastic. Well, this is concerning. That's concerning. This is concerning.
Aside from
Gestures to the entirety of
that-
the space.
aside
to
from
be.
that, this is less of something
I
we've
did write it
discovered as a
down.
group and more of something of me personally. I think just given coincidences, I've had someone very important to me, a couple of people disappear, been taken. I thought it was part of this slavery operation, which I assume is under this individual, the Duchess, but we have reason to believe that is a goose of some kind. But the perpetrator for the crime against me is an albino rabbit. Not like the one that Lure was looking for, though that did bring up some very uncomfortable memories. I feel that they might be working together in some capacity.
The rabbit and the goose is supposed to be like.
And the hairless cat.
The cat.
So those are perpetrators numero uno.
Maybe even the Mockingjays.
A Mockingjay.
Mocker. I hardly know her. Anyways,
See,
we're all just a meme. It's fine.
he just kind of goes and goes, well, none of that means anything to me. Cass would probably know something if we could fucking find her.
She was
Um,
outside the city as of 2 nights
Alright.
ago. Your
Yes,
boyfriend.
Law did pass that along.
Can we help?
She looks at you and goes, The guild is in an interesting time, and while all help is needed, we also have to be careful with who we get help from.
Do we need
So,
to
if you're
have
willing to do a
people
little
like
test first,
into the
Yes.
travel snufflers?
As much as Duke
No.
will turn to the rest of the party, as much as I know all of you would like to help these people in the circumstances given, we do have a task of our own, more than one. Willow is still missing.
We do, but they seem quite connected.
It was
you hear
Chester's
Chester kind of
first.
type in at this point.
And Kurt
Yeah,
is
Chester
like,
kind of pops
let's
into this
Chester
point, goes
take
like,
forward.
"Oi, don't ye worry. I'm quite on top of Willow being missing. Sadly, there's just no more real leads on that. Besides these, which I'm guessing are leads in some way, we just don't quite know how to connect them just yet. I'm sure the guildmaster," and he looks and goes, "I have feelers out. My little worker bees are doing their job. But until then, I also have to deal with what's currently happening in the city. And no," looks at you, Lav, "we will not infiltrate the truffle snufflers as much as I would love to wipe them off the face of the map. That would cause more harm than good currently. We have to be tactful about this, as clearly Romulus has been swayed by them, at least momentarily.
Are there
If you
any
wish to help the
particular
guild, you do
reasons
not
for
by
that?
any means have to."
Kurt kind of like interrupts. A
What,
particular
Romulus?
falling out of that. Sorry, I think I'm slagging or something.
Not that I'm aware of. No, not that I'm aware of. That night was a complete shock to me, especially because, as not even 2 weeks ago, I literally had dinner with them. So, something within that 2-week span has changed Romulus's opinion, and I am unsure what, though Tegan seems at ends with it.
Tegan doesn't agree, that much is clear. Well, that much I heard.
Absolutely. I have some forces investigating here at home. I have some forces out searching for this slaver band that Chester had, and I also have some forces out searching for Cassius. I am, however, running thin. I have many adventurers, but not all of them are up to the task of such high level, high importance. You all seem capable, but honestly, even with Chester and Law's recommendations, I don't personally know you. And Chester, as much as I love you, dear, you're not always the best judge of character. Like, oh, that's right, that's fair.
No arguments there, ma'am.
So, if you wish to help the guild and help gain our resources, and this, first I need to make sure you are trustworthy and capable in general. If that's the path you wish to take, seek out my advisor. He'll be on the second floor. I believe he's currently in class. However, if you do not wish to join in with League with us, you are more than free to talk to anyone on this floor. This is open to the public for the most part, even with heightened security, and maybe someone here will help you, though anyone here will probably ask for payment. I currently don't know what's happening in the city or further abroad. I wish I had some more information for you, but this has all happened rather quickly. And all of these names, Duchess, the Goose, albino folk, I don't know how it's all connected just yet, but I'm working on it. If you would wish to take some things off my plate, that would be very helpful. And doing such mission would also give you the entry into possibly joining the guild if you wish. Which, joining the guild, or even completing the mission and not officially joining the guild, would give you access to all of our resources, and then no one here would ask you for payment, because you'd be a friend of the guild at least. That said, I cannot dally here much longer. So, if you wish for my help, or from the help of the guild, go talk to the advisor, and he'll give you your task to prove your worth. If you wish to journey elsewhere, she kind of like searches her memory, goes, there's a few others who may know a thing or two about what's happening, but honestly, the city's kind of cut off. And if you wish to talk to the royals or get into the peak right now, the crown, good luck. Maybe you would have more luck than I have. Currently, it is completely locked down to everyone except who lives there. Maybe if you buddy up to some royals, you may be able to get in, but maybe not.
Has that happened before?
I may be able. The branches being locked, the crown being locked down. Not to us, not to everyone in the city besides who lives there. It's been locked down to the general public before, but typically the guilds are allowed to go in. What used to be acknowledged guilds, but now apparently the Truffle Snufflers are an acknowledged guild too. So everything is changing. And you can see that she's getting a little frustrated, and this entire time her wings are showing her aggravation more than her face is currently. As they like twitch and shimmer. Goes, I would love your assistance, but I also have not much information for you currently. Give me a couple days and I may. I've sent some people into Lake Verlin to check on the fish folk down there. They've gone silent since the last time we've communicated with them, which is concerning, seeing as we just did a job for them. I've sent some infiltrators to the crown to hopefully figure out what the hell is going on there. And in general, helping the people of the city will garner you favor and, hypothetically, help you in the long run. So the choice is yours, but I sadly cannot sit here and wait for you to decide. So, it was a pleasure meeting all of you, and I hope that we can meet again under less tenuous circumstances. Who knows? Maybe after this, I'll be welcoming you as members of the guild and you'll get your own little fancy games. Anyway. Good luck. I'm sorry for your lost folk. We have also lost folk. And he looks towards Chester. He goes, we'll find a chest. Skits away up into the tower, the towering ceiling, and onto that upper platform. And Chester and Laura kind of look at you and goes, well, that's the most she's talked to anyone in the past, day.
Is it really?
Congratulations! She's real nice, isn't she?
She's really cool.
And Laura kind of looks at him.
Weight on her shoulders.
She's very stressed, Chester.
Huh.
Yeah.
Duke looks like he's plotting.
So hypothetically, our best choice as a team would, I don't know, it would to get their help and stuff would be to help them and go take those cool trials and make them think we're cool.
Well, if they need information on the crown side, then all that takes is getting buddy-buddy with a couple of royals.
Yeah.
I mean, Pretty Boy over here could be very good at getting friends with royals.
How many pretty boys do we have? Which one is the pretty boy? I'm confused after...
It's me. Don't worry, it's me.
You are the
Okay.
Pretty Boy. Everyone but Lab is Pretty Boy.
That's because you're a pretty lady.
Worm, do you hear that? Pretty boy.
I think it would be good to.
Just flutters his wings.
Yeah.
It would be good to take any resource we have available right now. allies are a good thing to have, especially when it seems like we are finding more enemies every day.
Oh, oh no, my feet are taking me to the second floor. Oh, if only I could stop. Oh no, there I go. Oh,
It
Let's
must
go.
be a curse.
Let's go. Come on.
Scree has
we'll
one
follow you.
thing they want to do. One.
All right. So as Scree starts walking away to the second floor, Chester kind of comes and goes, I got another job I got to do, so I'll catch you around. Scree, good luck.
I just said good luck.
Don't-
I can't stop moving.
Just a tip, don't interrupt. I
Don't
said,
interrupt
Don't
class. I
interrupt.
wonder what he
Don't
meant.
interrupt Tactics class.
Did you catch that? I'm sure it's nothing important.
Scree, we're not going to interrupt his class, so
Ah,
we'll go, but we'll wait until the class is over.
All right, fine.
So you walk in. Laura seems to kind of like be following behind you a little bit, like walking, just kind of tailing you guys a little bit.
Love Lore.
This little dude.
So you venture
Oh.
up. The Gawain, it's kind
I love it.
Nah, Gawain's not here. He's somewhere else in the city. But you make your way through the hustle and bustle of the main. Yeah, you didn't hear anything.
No,
You make your way through the hustle and bustle of the main floor and up these hexagonal steps to the second floor, where it seems as if there's just about 13 rooms, all of which have the doors open, and you can hear different lectures coming from inside of each one. There seems to be one on battle tactics, one on alchemy, one on magic, and the one that Lore kind of guides you to as you kind of like walking through and peek, and Lore's like, "Is that one down there?" Seems to be history. Which, as you peer in, you see a room that has dark. It seems that each of these rooms are kind of decorated a little bit differently to kind of fit the theme that they're teaching. And this one has dark wood panels with a large blackboard in the back of the class, and standing in front of what seems to be a oaken table, and kind of leaning back on it, sitting with his arms crossed, is this big, burly Maine Coon cat folk. Tall, pointy, tufted ears, dark gray and brown fur, kind of billowing over this pinstriped brown pins. This white pinstriped brown collar jacket, a nice buttoned vest down, and then tailored pants. And you just are rolling across the air. And so, if we look at the history of Amloa and the Velvet Clasp, this is why they are currently at odds. And you see a small hand shoot up, a small paw shoot up, completely white, but as you look down, it seems to turn to this black fur as these two pointed ears of this small canine folk kind of reach out and go, "But what about what the Lord said last night about the Velvet Clasp joining with someone and then trying to cause trouble?" You should be. I doubt that is true, honestly. The Velvet Clasp knows their place. They were once a ruling power and the strongest one, but I'm pretty sure just the city of Amloa could crush under heel now. Do not worry about what the Lord said last night. We are fine. There is no oncoming threat from the Velvet Clasp. If the menagerie themselves could force them back to their eastern home, I know my directions, I'm a teacher. The eastern home, I doubt that they would like to take on the rest of the three powers. 4, including us. And
Question.
the small little, yes.
Being someone who lives in the Velvet Clasp, how much of the announcement that was made feels like it could be true or false coming from someone who lived off of pissing people in political power off by being overtly compliant.
Make an intelligence check.
This will be just great, you guys. I have no modifier to this. But the dice want me to succeed. That's a 19.
Oh my goodness.
Nice.
It's a hard 19.
You know that the Velvet Clasp is always searching for more power, but you also know they haven't ventured past their borders since they were put back there. There's rumors that the ruling family of the Velvet Clasp is at a weakened state currently, but trying to kind of front the onset of power and mostly just sending their branches out, their crimson branches out to do their bidding. The actual royal family hasn't made an appearance outside of the capital for quite some time. So it seems a little iffy that like they would be, like it seems a little iffy that they would be this close to being able to attack already, unless they were being able to hide forming an army of that size and caliber from the general public, but it seems a little fishy. Continues. The black and white canine folk kind of lowers her paw, goes, okay. All right. Kind of like grumbles to herself and settles back down. Goes, yes. I mean, honestly, the legends of the Briar Queen are honestly more of a threat than the fucking Velvet Clasp at this point. And that is just a myth, so do not worry your small heads. Are there any further questions of class today about the conflict between the Velvet Clasp and the Menagerie and Elmloa's part in it before we end for the day? And the black and white canine shoots her pop again. Goes, yes, Odyssey. Goes, is there going to be homework today? Goes, no. Since it is the day after the fasting festival, there is no homework today. Just go practice your combat training like I'm sure you were supposed to do. She goes, yes, all right. And goes, all right, class dismissed. Get the fuck out.
This is my kind of teacher.
And the class gets up, gathers all the materials. The class gets up, starts gathering the materials, and starts filing out. And you see as the black and white canine Odyssey kind of passes Lore, she kind of like nudges her, and Lore goes, yeah, stop being a brat, go. And heads on their way.
You fake bull.
I just realized
Duke will like
arm in arm. Dog is. Okay.
Yeah. Duke will like arm in arm with Scree, kind of half pull Scree into the room as people are filing out, and will walk towards like the teacher's desk. I'm assuming he has one.
Yeah, he's a cool teacher.
Yep, he was kind of like, it was behind him, and he was kind of like leaning back on it with his arms crossed like this.
Mm-hmm.
Cool
and
teacher.
Teaching his class from that position.
Hello,
So you guys walk in, he's like, hello. I don't recognize you. Are you new students?
We'll push Scree's hand down from the row.
Lord, hello.
We are here to do the trials to help the guild to join. Maybe not really join. Well, maybe later down the line.
To be less
Well,
rambling about what they're trying to say, we had a conversation with the guild's master. We found some evidence, information, facts about some of what's going on in the world, and before we're able to have access to any of the information you might have or be useful to any of you, the Guildmaster would like us to take a trial run.
We were sent in your direction
Yes.
to get that started.
That makes sense. Very fair. Well, the guildmaster definitely has a lot on her plate, so it makes sense as to why she sent you here to me. Thank you for the quick synopsis, and thank you for your spunk. I quite like it. All right, well, I typically don't have to create a forging trial on the fly, so... Hey, Lord, and like perks up. Go pick a C rank quest off the quest board, huh? Whichever one you want.
Get an official
And Lord
quest.
goes, shh, really? Yes, I don't have time to go down there myself, and honestly, I'm tired from that last class. So go pick one and come back to me. All right. Books it. Kind of just like jumps over the railing and lands on the ground before continuing on. And goes, well, seeing as you're hanging out with Lord, I'm guessing that you are the four that saved our dear Chester from his predicament. Thank you for that. And I'm guessing that means you're Scree, his little
Yes.
protege.
You said that about me?
Yes,
said that
he
about
said
me?
that.
Oh.
Yes, he's quite fond of you, apparently. Thinks you'll make a great member of guild.
I think so too.
That is
They've
the
got the heart,
tenacity
if
that
nothing
you
else.
have.
Mhm.
Well, you seemingly have taken on many opponents, so I'm sure that whatever job Lord decides to give you from the board will not be too challenging. I am giving you a C rank job instead of a D rank job, so it's a little harder than I would typically test people on, just because you've slightly proven yourselves already, and also will be more use to the city as well as to us, because it will clear up the board a little bit, which is honestly quite overwhelmed since as of this morning. He kind of like waits a second, leans back, opens a drawer in his desk and pulls out a long pipe and goes, all right, so that's... And as you look at them, there are just giant maps. And it seems to be maps of Teleday of different versions, of separated differently and getting older as you look from right to left. Just a map from the current map to when the Velvet Clasp was mainly in power, to when there was tension between the Clasp and the Menagerie, to some older ones that seem really weathered and torn, that are divvied up in ways that you haven't seen before. You know, sometimes lore really takes their time.
That's okay. We
Question.
Yeah, you go
Yeah.
first.
We were told that you had some infiltrators, I think is the word that the Guildmaster used, sent up to the Royals to see what's going on up there. I've been known to be rather charismatic and persuasive, so if there's a hand needed in that department...
Well, it's good to know. Maybe after this mission, if you prove
Of course.
yourself, that will be your next one. But don't steal my accent.
I didn't mean to!
Suddenly, I have a new way to talk.
Da.
This is good to know. I am...
Steal my accent.
Duke's just demonstrating some of their spy skills.
Listen, it wasn't intentional.
Duh. I will let the guildmaster know while you are away doing whatever mission Moore decides. He turns to Scree. He's like, did you also have a question?
No. No, I'm ready.
You sure?
Let me check my notes. Do I have a question?
This isn't a trick. This isn't a trick, I promise.
Like, Scream, while you check your notes for a minute, unless you are ready, Kerr is probably going to be like, so I don't know that I recognize your accent very well. Are you from Umlor originally, or where do you come from?
I'm actually not from Teleday at all. I am from a different island, further away. Prussia. No.
Trasha. Trasha. There's Teleday and Trasha. Trasha.
Prussia. No.
Yeah, no.
No, I am from a small continent, a bit smaller than Teleday, known as Novos.
Noble.
Novos, yes. About a 4-month journey by boat.
Quite a ways to have brought you here. How long have you been a member of the Heather's Vigil?
Since its fruition, actually. Nectar found me, washed up on the road on the coast of Teleday, and been traveling with her ever since. Sorry, the Guildmaster.
You're so cool.
You seem to be close, so. Makes
Yes.
Scroll
Kind of like,
down
wait a moment.
to the maps.
Yeah,
As
you're
we're
looking
just
at the
wandering over to the maps, yeah.
Hmm.
Probably hanging around
I
the
think
one
that's-
with the. All right.
Investigation.
Which one are you hanging around with?
19 around the one when the Velvet Clasp was mostly in power.
Ooh.
So that one looks fairly familiar to you. You've seen it before. It's proudly displayed somewhere where you used to hang out quite often. But this one seems slightly different. You notice, while the entire... Where's my map? While the entire western region and Wandering Wood is the red color of the Velvet Clasp,
Yeah.
you notice that while most of this is uncolored for area where while this whole area is uncolored for this is where most of the like Menagerie and Yule Court resided and were causing troubles. Down here is a completely different color and is just solid black. Where on all the maps you're used to seeing, this is all red as well.
Yeah. Thank you. I think your map's wrong.
Duh?
Yeah, what happened down
What's
here?
happening? Oh, that is the Bramble Waste. A wasteland that is completely constricted to this day by just gargantuan gnarled bramble and spikes and gnarly vines. Nothing can grow there.
Bramble waste?
The Bramble Waste. People go there, they die. We don't send people there anymore.
Sus lav noises.
Didn't both of our visions have something to do with wilderness and brambles and shit like that? Mine just happened to be moving.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Lovely.
Let me guess, you are used to that being Velvet Clasp territory.
Yeah.
Yes. The Clasp like to think that they control that area. History goes to Victor and everything. Victor.
Yeah.
But never really could control that area. No one can. This wasteland. Crazy monsters. big moving vines
Like
that puncture you in
goose?
sleep. Goose aren't crazy monster. I am very good
Oh.
friends with Goose. They own a shop over there.
My brain for a second, like, what?
Specifically named Duchess, I imagine.
Oh no, this one's not named Duchess.
Yeah, it's very
What
gooses
is their
of you
name?
to assume every goose is Duchess.
Scree, you know the goose I'm talking about? Same one
Yeah, I
Lavender's
know.
talking about?
But not every goose could be that one.
No, I know, but that's the one we were talking about.
I'll be honest, Duke. I'm fairly certain it's a stage name or title more than anything else.
Well, we don't
No,
have
sir.
another
No.
name for them now, do we?
My
Duchess
goose
is
is in
another
Shan-
it's a Russian word for bramble.
Ramble.
Don't think that's true.
I'm gonna look it up,
No,
actually.
my goose friend, not Duchess. My goose name's with Pitifleck Timberbrand. They own Morning Dew, an enchanter's shop up in the Crook.
Yeah, we'll have to stop by that later.
Do you want us to
At
go
this-
fight? Okay.
Did Laura finally come back? Yep. Thank God.
Or comes running
Laura
back.
was just scouring the entire board for like which one will not kill them, but will also
Sorry,
be a good enough test.
I wanted to make sure I really challenge them so that they really prove themselves, so that they can become members of the guild, and I can, so that they can become members of the guild.
So she can have friends. Oh God.
But here, this one. And she runs up and hands a rolled up piece of paper to to Hector Golds.
Hector.
Who unrolls it and goes, this one just came in this morning, actually. Good choice, young lord. This should test them quite nicely. And he unrolls it and goes, you will be heading to the roots and helping our good friends at the Mortar Brothers mine. Their main chemist or artificer, whichever you wish to call him, is testing new product and needs someone to both test product and also probably protect him from the other people he brings into test product. You'll be going there and having your main contact be Ellen Rose. She is the what is it called? She is the foreman of the mines and kind of runs everything, so the Mortar Brothers don't have to. They live up at Royalty Peak, so they live up in the branches with the royals, so they don't really mess with the mine anymore. We have good relationship with Mortar Brothers Mine. They ask us all the time for help, so helping them will also help spread your name through city. What is your names, by the way? I know Scree.
Duke Alabaster Moore.
Duke Alabaster Moore, very long, very impressive.
Korean
I-
Mustel.
Curry and Mustel. All right.
Lavender.
In Lavender. No last name?
Lavender.
All right. No last name. Well,
It's like a title.
Yeah.
very fair. Well, it will spread your names through the city if you help Mortar Brothers Mine. They are very respected, being the main blessed mine and main prophet of city. Without them, Emlo would not be what they are. What we are. Not they are. We are. I am part of Emlo, I guess. It's still weird. Anyway. So, you will be heading down to Roots and then talking to Ellen. Try not to break anything. Try not to technically or on guild business, so try not to tarnish name of guild. And try to do your best to help them well. All right?
Got it.
Do you hereby accept This challenge, this trial, it is a rank C, so there is slight danger involved. Rank D is typically no physical harm, but seeing as the artificer is kind of crazy, sometimes harm may happen to you. Do you accept this as a possibility?
Duke, behind you. Real quick, Duke, can you roll an insight check?
What the fuck is happening?
Something amazing.
Oh my god.
What'd you get?
It's an 8.
Yes.
All right, you had to do a 10. You must spend an action looking behind you due to my feet. While you're doing that, Screed's like, dude, behind you. We accept.
Salute.
Just
Just for
salute.
the salute.
Just for the fucking
Just for the
salute.
salute.
Duke was like,
But as you salute, he goes, very good. And he like salutes back. Goes, all right. I'll get the fuck out and go do your job. I'll see you when you get back. If you get back. It's a joke. You'll be fine. All right, Laura, you can't go with them. He goes, oh. It's like, it's testing them. You've already tested. You've already been tested. You even jumped a rank after your portrait. And you're like, that's true.
Lavender,
very
looking
fun.
outside of the window, will realize the time of day and pull a few pastries from her satchel. First, handing one to Duke Alabaster, handing a tart to Duke, and looking at him expectantly.
vibe check. Insight that bitch. I don't trust it.
Well, remember your conversation last night?
I don't know if I trust
God.
it.
What did you roll to?
Oh my god.
Natural 20 for 23.
Oh, Jesus.
So, as Duke takes the tart, you get a very strong whiff of cashews and blackberry. You can tell that this is a very carefully made cashew shortbread crust tart with a blackberry curd filling. And you perhaps remember a conversation Duke and Lavender had at the beach's edge about Jet.
Oh.
Oh,
No.
Oh, no.
No. No.
And then we'll proceed to also hand tarts to Kerr and Scree.
Ooh, stack is for the road.
Trying to see
Just team
Hector
building,
lean
that's
back and go, I mean, bribing guild advisor could help.
No, we're gonna earn this fair and square.
A
And
roll
Screed
for
gets his heart back
persuasion.
to laugh.
Duke takes it and like purposely with his back to everyone else, you see his eyes water a little bit as he takes it and then very quickly steals himself before turning back around to start eating it.
Uh-huh. They're so sweet. So sweet.
You can't throw that at me.
I've been planning this for a week.
Alright, Kerr says, nice meeting you, Mr. Gold. We'll see you again soon. And just like starts eating the thing and like licking his fingers. Alright, Potts said something about a curse remover possibly nearby as well.
Curse remover.
I hardly know her.
I hardly know her.
He's so cool.
Duke will start ushering Scree out of the classroom.
Okay, yeah, bye. I will say,
Briar.
as a player, I think the curses will be fun, so I'm fine out of game not having them resolved.
I
But
think I would like your sleeping curse to maybe not be the,
To be
the
gone.
one.
Or at
Just
least be
because-
reduced.
Reduced because I want to play with Scree more than 8 hours of the daylight that our characters are going to be awake.
That's fair. That's
the
fair.
one thing, just because like I also like my curses as well. I just want to make it so that we don't have that much of a limit, because I think it'd be fun for the inviting into place this one. That one's especially just perfect.
That one hasn't come up though. We don't know that
Yet.
it exists.
Exactly.
Well, we do. They
We
told us at the
Do, but
well, kind of. They
It
kind of
wasn't
told us.
directly said, but
Yeah.
it was hinted at.
I think it's fine. I'm with the black goop especially. That was smart. We can find ways around it. I was using it as an excuse for my personal poor memory.
Mhm.
But other than that, I expect a lot of travel times or like down times. If I just don't have anything to say, that I'll be like, yeah, screw it, go to sleep.
I wonder, maybe that could be the thing, is that you can like choose to take naps, and then as long as collectively it equals like 8 hours, like 16 hours
I
a day.
think we talked about that, and that
Okay.
kind of like
Context.
works.
Yeah.
Just
So
this-
Scree will be on Ker's shoulders a lot, especially when we're
Scree's
traveling.
just cursed with narcolepsy. It's fine.
Literally.
Okay. All right, good.
So are you where are you going next? Are you going to the Shattered Hymn, or would you like to progress straight to Mortar Brothers' Mine?
I think, actually,
Mhm.
Duke wants to find somewhere like a library or someplace with knowledge or someone he can talk to, because we don't have access to all of the stuff at the Heather's Vigil right now. So, like, the next best place to find information to the public. Oh my goodness.
Anyways.
Because
Special
he wants
information
to. He wants to look into the, like, taking the descriptions and images he saw in the vision he got to try to pin
Yeah.
the location better.
Okay. Well, first question. Did you tell anyone about your vision of the party?
Lav is the one who knows the most, and it was what we talked about before we went to bed last night. Other than that, no.
Okay. So no one else knows the description of what you saw. Understood. So, with that,
Interesting. Interesting
I
way to
watched-
phrase
Oh,
that.
we're missing something.
Yeah.
Nothing. Monsieur GM.
I'm just saying you have party members from multiple places.
Huh? Interesting.
I mean, sure, it just hasn't come up yet.
Oh yeah, I know. Lav, you would know that, like, if Duke Voice is wanting to find a library or a source of information, you would know that in the intellect ring, in fact, or the crook, where, funnily enough, the goose lives, or the goose's shop is, there is a bookstore known as the Forgotten Dog Ear.
Cute.
I love these names.
I know, right?
A like exclusive high roller club that typically has which you've never been to personally, but you've worked with people who say that it's essentially a Mason's club.
Okay.
So like a bunch of like elites meet there, called the Gentleman's Club. Gin Tillman instead of gentleman.
Is that possibly that William the Gentle Rat recommended?
Mhm.
Possibly.
Which
No,
and
that's
then
called the Rat
there's that's called the Rat Pack. That's the casino.
It
But-
is called the Rat Pack. Okay.
Possibly could find him there. Seems like it would be his style of locale, as well as a museum in the Crook, and a place called the Legendarium, which is a giant grand library. You do know that the Legendarium typically, like, there's a public area, but then more of the more old and relic books are in a private area that you have to gain access to. So those are all the places that could possibly have some sort of information.
For whatever reason, I feel like the Gentlemen's Club, just books are wonderful, very pretty, but also we would need, I think, more current information from people talking.
I don't know how much use a gentleman's club would be. The area I'm looking for, the information I need. I don't think people will have been there. Not in the last handful of years, at least.
Been where exactly?
Using silent
Chris,
image.
Yeah.
Using silent image, Duke will replicate the pinpoint of light from the higher kind of sunk in version of like the map of Teleday before it had zoomed too far in to keep track of where we were, to kind of give an estimate of what he's wanting to research.
Is that the silent image? Like, is any of that familiar to Kerr, or like spark up any of his memories?
Oh yeah, yeah. Exactly where the pinpoint of light is very familiar to you.
The fuck do you mean?
What is the pinpoint of light? No, Kerr is saying this to Duke. That light. What's that?
Still using the silent image spell, it slip to be the image of Jet in chains with the diamond of white fur.
Do you morph it in like the vision morphed it in? So like they like it like zooms in, or does it just morph into the image of Jet in chains?
What is the boundaries of the spell silent image?
I think
you can use action to cause the image to move to a spot within range. That's all of that. Purely visual isn't accompanied by sound. Lasts for the duration. It doesn't specify, so I guess I'll just use it to kind of like stop motion images to show the path of the vision from that point to him in chains.
Okay, cool. So as it goes through this stop motion image, as it stops for a second on the image of the large tree with the roots encasing the strange head of the statue that is grown around, you see home, Kerr.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Holy shit.
Duke, where did you get this vision from?
Well, when the seer offered to be able to learn more about the place or location or object, I wanted to find where my brother was. This is what it gave me.
Let's plan to wrap up what we can for the Heather's Vigil as quickly as we can, then. I know where this is.
You do?
We'll talk later. I know where this is. So, stands back up and starts walking.
There's this very interesting thing that is going over Duke's face of like hope of actually having a lead to finding his brother, but then worry Because every time Kerr has a reaction like that, it never means anything good.
Right? Oh, also, and I called you by your real name too.
And called me by my name. Yeah. He's worried.
It's like, oh fuck, Kerr's being serious now. Jesus Christ. No. Oh god. Alright. This is gonna be fine.
So
To
we
the
have
mines.
To the mines!
To the mines! All right, so now if everyone will open up Minecraft, the next portion of this game.
Oh my god, imagine.
Oh my god.
Why
was
that the best thing ever?
Wait,
My god.
Do not tempt me. I don't have the time.
No, we wouldn't be able. How would we set that up? No.
Listen. It could be fun though.
Oh, don't worry. I'm figuring out ways to do some fun puzzles and stuff.
We're just gonna rebuild Teleday into like 5 different
In
games that we
Minecraft.
play. We have Stardew Valley. We're gonna do Minecraft next. We're gonna restart our Baldur's Gate somehow that we can all.
We're gonna do
multi-stream
Baldur's Gate
from.
eventually. We're gonna do it.
Teleday's Gates, if you will. Oh my god.
It's one of the most exciting things about getting a new computer. It's actually being able to play Baldur's Gate. Okay,
Yeah.
so because it breaks every time it updates on my currently 10-year-old computer.
Oh my god.
Anyway, as you leave the ruckus and royal of there's a vigil, and make your way down the dark, make your way to the roots. Dark gray cobblestone fills out the streets that lie ahead of you, while the workhouses and buildings dance with a mix of heavy mortared stone and dark red brick topped with shale shingle roofs. The main street itself is very wide, allowing for plenty of room for the heavy traffic that comes with the district holding the main port of Amloa, as well as the Mortar Brothers mine, which is your current destination. It takes you about 40 minutes to navigate through the residential streets of the Heft, into the hustle of the tradesmen and makers, into the hustle of the tradesmen and makers of the trunk, and delve into the industrial hub that is the Roots. Thankfully, the Menagerie Mysteria hasn't begun just yet, so the hordes of vendors and clients alike that typically swarm the trunk are fairly tame at this hour. The Menagerie Mysteria being a kind of giant farmer and makers market that happens every morning for about 2 hours. Billowing plumes of green smoke emanate from the towering blackstone stacks of the Mortar Brothers mine as you make your approach. Entering in through the main gate and into the workyard, the mine is already bustling with life. Ahead of you, you see the main building of the mine, a heavy stone citadel that sits atop of the 2 main entrances that delve into the depths below. A giant statue of what looks to be a pickaxe covered in vines held by 2 opposing fists sit above a set of double doors. To your right, you can see the crane operators moving large boxes of the material you know as fulgur to and fro, and further in the distance, you can see the processing facility. Using your best judgment, you guess that your contact would probably be through the main double doors, so you head in that direction. Opening the main double doors, these about 10 acorns tall, heavy oaken doors, you enter into a main reception area. Thick stone blocks, each one about 5 acorns wide and 4 acorns tall, make up the entirety of this building. And you can tell it's made to take a beating and made to carry heavy weight. As across the way, sitting behind a ornate light ashwood table, is a batfolk. You see a pale-skinned batfolk wearing dull, heavy plate mail over pristine white robes. Her large ears twitch as she turns to you and gives a soft, if not haunting, smile, as you see the left side of her face has been grotesquely scarred from something. Her smile turns into a slightly maniacal grin due to the damage of the right side of her face. She goes, hello there. Welcome to the Mortar Brothers mine. What can I do for you today?
We're
Are you Ellen Ross?
Yes, that would be I.
Well, then you just the bats that we're looking to see. We're sent from the Heather's Vigils for a task of a sort that was requested.
For testing with your alchemist, I believe it was.
She reaches into her pocket. Her movements are kind of slow, and her long, spindly fingers reach into her pocket and pull out a small monocle and adjust it over one of her eyes. Ah, you seem to be missing some vigil accoutrement, but why not? You have the missive, so sure.
Yeah.
Well, you will be helping our arcanist Devlin today. If you head down those stairs to the right, deep down, we like to keep the explosions contained. You'll find him in his laboratory.
Thank you for your time. All right, team, let's go find Devin. What?
Devlin.
Devlin.
Yes. Be careful not to trip. The stairs are quite steep.
Nah, we're not gonna trip. Screw will step down and immediately trip.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh god.
See how far you fall.
I got a 10.
10? You fall. Roll a d4.
Oh god.
Hold on, I don't have a physical one with me.
How dare you?
I'm sorry.
How do you? Where are your dice? You have dice.
2.
I have
You take 2 points
dice.
of psychic damage
Screws
as you
has
fall down
dice.
10 stairs.
Amazing.
Screw will stand up.
Which,
Dust off.
as you land, which as you dust yourself off, you see there's a small kind of groove along the entire right side of this stairway, which you can only guess is used to help move large boxes and stuff up and down the stairway, because it is a long and narrow and steep stairway that just descends into darkness. Which, as you as a party descend down the stairwell, the sounds of the outside world start to fade away. And it becomes eerily quiet as you enter into just this thick, completely stone-walled tunnel system. Following down the steps, you navigate your way to what you could only assume to be Devlin's laboratory, seeing as it has the plaque Devlin's lab above it. Which, as you open this, well, I guess, do you open the door?
All right. There comes a time in every D&D party's life when they are faced with a door.
And when that time comes, will you be the one to knock or to kick it in?
Duke is gonna knock.
Yeah, okay, we'll start that. I guess.
After
I guess we could
Drew will
start.
open it.
Yeah.
Who's there? Oh, my bad.
No response.
Screw it. Reach up to the handle and turn the handle and open the door.
Is it locked? It's locked. Thank you for not giving us a locked door.
So real.
I would like to seduce the door.
Yeah,
my
I'd like
job.
to
Roll a
seduce the
persuasion
door with my seduce the door. Headbutt is my first level of seduction.
Quick, use cut.
Oh god.
Use HM1.
Duke
Cut.
will peek through the door as it slowly opens to see what is or is not inside.
Okay. As you open the door and look into Devlin's office, you see it's completely dark. It's totally dark and completely empty. Do you enter in more?
Yeah.
No. Duke is going because we got told this dude runs experiments and tinkers and whatever. Is first gonna check to see if there's like a trip line at the door or something.
Make an investigation check.
PTSD flashbacks of innocent pranks amongst the circus members. Investigation. That's only an 11.
11? Seems fine.
Totally fine.
Duke will let Scree go first.
Okay, cool.
Kerr will be following right
Come
behind.
on, worm, pat, pat.
All right.
Kerr's
As you
following
walk
right behind.
in, Scream, and look around, it's easy to see that there have been signs of a struggle, and that the solid stone walls of this laboratory must have hidden the sound from the surrounding rooms.
Guys, something happened here. I guess, yeah, Scree will look around, start investigating.
Yeah.
Make an investigation check.
All right.
Bardic inspiration.
I was
Duke
gonna
will
do
start
that.
kind of humming quietly to himself, getting a little nervous, just to give you a little bit of a boost.
How much does Bardic inspiration do?
D6?
I'll
I
add
think.
that. I'll add that. It's gonna take a little while because
Yeah, D6.
So it's 11 plus 6, so that's a 17. Good
Nice.
Bardic.
So, looking around as you all kind of start entering in, you see vials and test tubes and things and burners still left on, crackling kind of blue. Oh, you cuddling together, crackling this little blue flame, and things bubbling over, chemicals starting to mix and kind of react. And you see in the back of the room is a tunnel, about 2 acorns tall by 3 acorns wide, that curves down into darkness.
As soon as you said that, I couldn't help but think of the TikTok sound. It's like, I can fit through there. Wanna know why? Because I'm little. But like canonically, because of Duke's
Yeah.
race, he can fit through tiny ass spaces.
I think everyone except for Kerr can comfortably fit into a 2x2.
Yeah.
It's like tunnel.
Kerr would kind of have to crawl a little.
Kerr can. He will absolutely be crawling. That's the thing. This would be great.
I mean, there's a tunnel back here, guys.
Duke will turn to Lav. Maybe we let someone know that something's happened down here before we do anything.
No, we have a request.
Well, I mean, look at you being smart. I guess I could run back up real quick and just
You're the fastest of us.
yeah. I'll be right back.
Wormwithin, like,
Don't
pops
do
down.
anything crazy. Serve some fun
Yeah,
for
we
me.
can send Worm, and then Worm could just come back when he's done.
Worm can't speak to people.
No, but
Ah.
there's
You
a.
can write a note. on
Kerr
what
grabs a
else?
piece of
There's
paper.
papers here.
Kerr grabs a piece of paper, writes down, your Aclamos was taken. We're gonna go find them. Secret tunnel. Roll it up and stick it in like Worm's mouth. Go give this to the nice bat lady. You just
Be quick,
toddling
Worm.
up. Just
You just hear, as you fall down here, quick Worm, you hear the,
thump, thump, thump,
Oh.
thump, thump.
He's
and
just a
then
little
as you
guy.
go down, and you hear, as he starts going up this.
The heavy little guy. Okay.
Duke will from there take point in this tunnel just because he's able to catch smells easier than everybody else's, and sometimes you'll smell something before you see it.
Mhm.
So he'll take point.
Scrooge.
So
Walk in behind.
what's fair? What is the marching order here?
Duke.
Scree.
Kerr's gonna bring up the end. I think that's easiest overall. That way my speed
Alright.
is not reduced, y'all's.
So the tunnel is about 30 feet long and exits into what looks to be a section of the mine that is currently being unused. An investigation check, if you will. Anyone who wishes to do one.
We could do a group investigation.
I'm too
Yeah.
far back.
We could do a group investigation check.
Group investigation.
Just we all, as we're walking through, looking around.
Bardic inspiration
Oh, that
to Lav. Because why not?
5.
D6.
Just investigation, right?
Ooh.
And 23.
23.
Damn. 16.
Damn.
I can
17.
hear real well.
So all of you except Screed notice that the walls seem to be covered in some sort of viscous purple slime, kind of reminiscent of like a tacky snail trail.
Does it smell of anything in particular? Because that's what Duke is focusing on is scents.
It smells like,
Slime.
you kind of notice it around the entirety of the chasm. It smells a little bit like decay. And Kerr, you specifically notice that along the walls of this cavern are circular imprints, kind of just like dotted around, and footprints leading further in.
Before we go too much further, Duke is going to go back into the other room and try to find something that he thinks was this dude's to try to get his scent in particular so that he knows what he's looking for.
Easy enough. There's like an old lab coat on the wall.
And then we'll join the rest of the people once he's got that scent.
Excellent.
We probably all had to back out and then go back in.
Well, it
Oh, no, it
opens
opens up.
up into
Yeah,
this
it opens
thing.
back
Oh,
out
okay.
is what it is.
Okay.
Okay. So
After
like, we're
30
in
feet, it opens like a main
we go
mine
from
shaft.
one room to a tunnel to a new room of the mines or down into the mines,
Yeah.
but maybe people didn't realize.
So he ducked back out to pick up the scent of who we're looking for so he can differentiate and then came back to join everyone.
It's you're essentially in a like abandoned part of the mines that's like been completely tapped and they've moved on.
That makes sense.
So following the scent trail and the footprints, yes.
Yes.
Following the footprints.
Kerr will point them out. So,
Cool. Could one of you make a survival check for me to follow the footprints?
Ooh. Who has the highest survival?
Mine's all right.
Mm,
Got a +3.
I'm making
I got
a
a
survival
plus
check.
3.
I'm doing it. Yeah,
Alright.
I'm making it.
Lav, you got this.
Lav, you got this.
Give Bardic because I can't. I already used my 2.
Bardic, I'm gonna give Bardic. Lav, you got this. Tap tap.
Should I use the Bardic? Do you guys want me to use the Bardic on this?
That's a
It's a +6.
It's up to you.
have
You get it for 10
You can
minutes.
you can choose to add it or not.
Mhm. But you have it if you want it.
I almost want to. I'm gonna use it.
My internet is deciding to give up.
I can
Not
match.
yet.
We're wrapping up soon.
Can I give advantage?
29.
Oh wait,
I
wait.
mean, I'm sure you don't need it.
What was it? 29?
29.
No, you
Mhm.
think you're good.
Yeah.
29 should
So-
maybe hopefully be enough.
It's almost
If it's
a dirty
not,
30.
we're in trouble. Yo,
So
30 and thriving. Anyways.
following the footprints leads you through a maze of tunnels, just following mine shaft after mine shaft for about 10 minutes before you hear the sound of heavy footfalls approaching you, coming at a rapid pace. Out of the darkness sprints a panting mole. His chest is rising and falling with his heavy breathing, but you see that he's clutching what looks to be about 2 acorn long gemstone in his hands. His eyes widen when he sees you, and his nose kind of like comes around.
Send?
It's like, oh, we gotta get out! But before he can finish the word out, his entire head is enveloped in this thick purple slime, and his stifled scream disappears into the darkness along with the gem. You hear an ominous clicking and chittering sound as new forms come out of the shadows.
What does it smell like the person we're looking for?
It
Oh my
does, and that
All right.
smell quickly starts disappearing as out of the shadows come these large, carapace-plated, purple insectoids with large spear-like appendages,
God.
pointed, curved heads, and these massive jaws that are dripping with this purple viscous ooze. And they're glaring and chattering at you. And that
Yep.
is where we're going to end
Yep.
today's session.
I knew it. I looked at the time and I knew it was
Okay.
gonna happen.
Okay. I know.
With next
I know we
week
needed.
rolling initiative.
Oh God. Next. Oh my
Yes,
God,
Bree.
this is gonna be great.
I just want to know, how far away was he from us when the purple thing got him?
About 15.
Yeah.
15 acorn.
Okay.
Alright.
Cool. I'm gonna have something I want to do at that point, so I'm gonna make a note about it for next week. Ah! It's gonna be great.
Are we playing
It's
next
so
week?
good.
Not
Weeks.
next week.
In 2 weeks from now. Yes.
I
So,
mean, can
so
we play next
oh my
week?
God.
We can talk about that.
No, I'm gonna
What
be.
if
No.
we do
Yeah.
next week instead of in 2? We'll talk about it. We'll talk.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about
I
it.
think-
But current,
Busy.
I'll be out of town is what it is. So I will be out of town. So there's no way I can play. You guys can definitely do fun stuff without me though. Please do.
In 2
but
weeks or next week?
next week. The
Okay,
17th I'll be able to play. I just won't be able to play the 10th. So the 11th, whatever. The 11th is next Sunday. I won't be able to play the 11th. I will be hopefully able to be back and playing on the 17th. I'll plan for it. Anyways, we love you all, and I think we're done for the day. So we're gonna let
18th.
everybody escape. 18th. What?
Yes.
Look for us at the 18th.
18th. I'm good at my job. I know
Yes.
what days of the week there are, but
So we will pick up here in 2 weeks' time on the 18th. Thank you all for joining. Tune in next time to see what these purple creatures are and if they will kill our lovely crew. And until then, go
Sorry,
touch some
what?
moss.
Go touch moss.
Go touch moss. Good soup.